Chapter 1606. In the dim forest, under the dark purple sky, Yun Nuashing and Hui stood near a large pile of corpses, quietly observing the traces of energy flow in this temporary space. The energy in this space would quickly devour the bodies of the demonic beasts, decompose them into energy, and dissipate them into this space. The two from Yun Nua planet watched as the corpses turned into pure energy and were cleaned up. The energy level of this temporary space suddenly rose by a lot and then dropped by a lot in an instant. The two of them were stunned. Under the dark purple sky, energy was gathering madly. There were several places where energy was gathering rapidly, and in a moment it had condensed and formed. Then huge demonic beasts emerged from the space, lying on the ground and showing their ferocious fangs and claws to Yun Nuashing and Hui. They are things created by this space. They are part of this space. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. At first, the beasts and demonic beasts that emerged were quite normal. They did not have any miscellaneous characteristics and characteristics. They were just themselves. But after a while, when the energy was still condensing, the demonic beasts that they saw when they came in would appear in front of them, and the materials that were pieced together would also be condensed by the space. The normal demonic beasts that appeared at the beginning were the normal materials, and the strange things that appeared later were a mixture of them. As Yun Nuashing had become a mobile energy bomb, Hui did not dare to let him attack. Before Yun Nuashing could think of attacking, Hui took the initiative to kill the newly condensed demonic beasts. He put away his sword and stood aside to continue watching the demonic beasts' bodies being devoured by the space. I see. Is this the mirrored space? Yun Nuashing suddenly said. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. It should be right, but that is the name of the realm of the gods. I don't know what it is called in this world. Ah, that troublesome space. When Hui heard Yun Nuashing's answer, he immediately sighed. The so-called mirror dimension. When this dimension unfolded, it would copy the part of the real world that was equivalent to the size of the temporary dimension. That was to say, the place was a copy of the real world. If there were any living beings in the real world, they would be sucked into the mirror dimension. There was nothing else. The characteristics of devouring magical beasts and energy in this dimension were just the rules of this mirror dimension. Not all mirror dimensions were like this. The existence, rules, and structure of the life forms that were sucked into the mirror space have all been copied by it. The main body must have been killed by that. Ugh, even its mother couldn't recognize it. The space then devoured its remains, giving it what I just mentioned. The ones that are still fighting should be the replicas and hybrids of the main body, Yun Nuashing said. Oh, if it was also devoured by this dimension, wouldn't there be many of it? Hui understood. They're just puppets that are walking corpses. They don't have any thoughts and they don't have souls. Quickly duplicating souls or giving birth to souls isn't something that can be done in such a simple mirror space. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and explained. As they were talking, the pile of corpses that Hui had killed was once again decomposed into pure energy by this dimension. Then new replicas were formed. This made the two of them feel helpless. Hui couldn't help but say, but it's really tenacious. It's still risking its life to create those replicas. It's just an instinctive action following the rules. Yun Nuashing picked up a tree branch from the ground. She pinched the branch with 2 fingers and twirled it casually in her line of sight. Then she casually threw it aside. It's probably used to attract, or when the scale of the power here increases to a certain extent, it will go to the outside dimension to attract other things into the whole and promote the growth of the mirror dimension. Ha! Isn't this equivalent to having its own consciousness? This mirror dimension has its own consciousness. It's a vague consciousness. It doesn't look like a man-made mirror dimension, but to say that it was born naturally, the cloud continent might have a very special conceptual rule. Otherwise, this kind of thing wouldn't appear. The mirror dimension was equivalent to a dimension constructed from the reflection of the real world. no matter how it changed or how special it was, as long as it wasn't touched by some high-level existence, no matter how it developed, it wouldn't exceed the original dimension that it reflected. There was no need to pay attention to it. Yun Nuashing turned and walked towards the cave. Well, there's nothing much to say, but we'll be living nearby for a while. I don't want my neighbor to have such a strange thing. It's better to clean it up, lest it causes me any unnecessary trouble later. Do you want me to do it? Hui had a troubled look on his face. He was reluctant for a while, but when he turned his head and saw the reflection of the 6 crystal wings on his back, he sighed helplessly. Okay. You go first. I'll clean this place up and come back after tearing down the dimension. Walking out of the dark cave, Yun Nuashing took a few steps forward and looked at the blue sky and white clouds through the gaps between the trees. He smiled faintly and heaved a sigh of relief. The sky here was still beautiful. The dark purple color of the mirror dimension looked strangely depressing. This was probably some kind of hunting method used to limit the power of the prey that entered the mirror dimension. However, it didn't affect them much. A slight energy fluctuation spread out behind him, causing the trees to sway. The sound of footsteps on the green grass could be heard from behind. Yun Nuashing asked without turning his head, "You've torn it up so quickly." "Tisk, it's just a temporary dimension that hasn't been formed for long. Once its core is destroyed, nothing will be left." "How long will it take?" Hui shrugged and walked to his side. He tilted his head and glanced at him. "So, are we going back now? Or do you plan to stay here for a while longer? Let's go back and take a look. The guy that we just found is a little suspicious. He's probably an unlucky guy who was caught up in the expansion of the mirror dimension. I don't know if he can survive with normal treatment." Yun Nuashing said as he walked back. Hui nodded and looked back at the mountain. There was no longer a cave at the bottom of the mountain. The mountain walls were clean and there were no traces of the cave. He couldn't help but frown slightly. It wasn't that he felt strange about the mirror dimension. He just felt that the cloud continent was a little strange and he was a little concerned about it. However, he couldn't find any clues now. After a while, the two of them returned to the 4 small houses under the big tree. At this moment, the door of Yun Nuashing's house was open. There were 3 life auras coming from inside. Without entering the door, Yun Nuashing could tell that the guy should have survived just by looking at the normal life aura. When they walked into the house, they were not surprised to see Jing Yuanji and Min standing on the left and right of the wall. When the two of them squeezed in, there was basically no space in the house. Yun Nuashing looked at Jing Yuanji and asked, "How's the situation?" "The injury is quite serious for a material life form, but it has been treated urgently. There's no danger." Jing Yuanji's expression changed slightly as she spoke. She moved aside to let the 2 adults see the situation on the bed. It's just that the 2 of them looked over and were stunned. The person on the bed was a dumpling, a big dumpling. It was really a dumpling. They didn't know if it was Jing Yuanji or Min who used this inhumane binding technique. The bandage was tied from head to toe without breaking. Did they want to tie him up like a mummy and bury him? Feeling that the atmosphere in the house suddenly became strange, Yun Nuashing and Hui's eyes were instantly shocked. Seeing them looking over, Min quickly waved his hand and said, No, I can't do such a thing." Jing Yuanji shrank her head and laughed dryly. "After becoming an energy life form, I haven't used bandages for many years." Yun Nuashing also laughed dryly. This was very understandable. They were a group of energy life forms. Even if they had external injuries, they didn't need to use bandages to treat them. Even if they were seriously injured, they just needed to find a place with abundant energy and spit a few mouthfuls. There was no need to go through the trouble of using bandages, taking medicine, and changing medicine. Moreover, they had lived for so long. It was very normal for them to occasionally change 1 or 2 useless skills. The 4 of them looked at each other and glanced at each other. After a moment, they all sighed. Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly. Forget it. It's fine as long as he doesn't die. The bandage is like this. Oh, so it's a woman, right? Jing Yuanji nodded awkwardly. If it was a man, it probably wouldn't be treated like this. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Then, Yuanji, take care of it for the next 2 days. I keep feeling that her appearance here doesn't seem like a coincidence. It would be good if we could ask her something. Jing Yuanji nodded. Yun Nuashing glanced at the thing on the bed that didn't even look like a human. Her face twitched, and she hurriedly turned and left the room. Hui and Min also followed. The three of them stood on the empty ground in front of the house and began to look at each other silently. After looking at each other for a while, we couldn't help but ask, "So, what do we do now?" Yun Nuashing pointed at the enclosed space and said, "Dig a hole and plant trees." Hui and Min, "Ah, no, I was just randomly saying." Yun Nuashing covered his head and laughed bitterly. He didn't know what he was thinking just now. Probably because he was yelled at by Siyu, he still didn't feel very good. He didn't have any good ideas when he couldn't find anything. He had already turned the 2 forests upside down and dug 3 feet into the ground. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any darkness under the light. However, he just couldn't find anything. In this situation, other than saying that fate had not arrived, there was nothing else he could say. For the time being, he expanded the scope of his search a little. With this lush forest as the center, he kept expanding outwards. He also went to the nearby Sand City a few times. When he was discouraged, he also went to other places that might have origin relics. However, he also didn't find anything. After doing so many things, he thought that it might be better to squat in this forest. Squatting here and waiting for a rabbit. But this rabbit wasn't really a rabbit. He was just waiting for a fate. He didn't know if Xing Lu also felt the same way when he was looking for the divine flame in the realm of the gods. Achoo! On the other side of the cloud continent, Xing Elvi suddenly sneezed loudly and sprayed saliva all over the face of the person in a black cloak that he was carrying. The latter was caught because of him, and now his face was covered with saliva. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Damn it! Shut up. I didn't ask you to speak. Xing Lu rubbed his nose and glared at him. He raised his hand and slapped the black-robed man's face. He curled his lips and carried him in front of an energy well in the ruins. Come on, I'll give you a chance to speak. Either you tell me the use of this well, or, ugh, I'll throw you down. Trash! Throw me down if you dare. The black-robed man sneered. His eyes that only revealed half of his face under the black cloak stared down at Xing Lu. Meaningless struggle. Everything in this world is meaningless. Your deathbed struggle is just adding a little comedy to the prelude of darkness. We will flatten. Ah! Boom! Puff! The surging non-order energy suddenly boiled. A huge amount of inexplicable reactions erupted in the energy, well one after another. Xing Lu looked down and felt that he was like a guy who was holding a bag of feed and was about to feed the fishes in a fish pond. Then he threw the whole bag of feed down. Suddenly, the entire fish pond, the entire energy well boiled. Although it boiled, he could not see what was going on inside at all. Anyway, something was definitely happening. Sigh, another guy who wants to jump into the well. People these days are too stubborn. They just jump into the well when they want to. The people behind Xing Lu slowly walked over. They just happened to see the scene. When they heard Xing Lu's sigh, their cheeks flushed. I was thinking, wasn't it you who threw him down? Xing Lu smiled and scratched the back of his head. Are you ready to destroy the energy well? More or less. We don't need to prepare too much. The warrior from the god realm nodded. He raised his head and looked around. He could not help but sigh. The surroundings were in ruins. The towering palace was only left with the remains of a few high walls. The ground was stained with blood and traces of energy explosions. He could not help but sigh when he saw the scene. In the end, we still can't get any useful information out of them. Even soul-searching is useless. Well, after all, they are all at this level. Even if they are caught, it will be hard to get any information out of them. Xing Lu spread out his hands and looked at the ancient well from the corner of his eyes. Maybe Master Feng and the others can do it. However, the two of them looked at each other and laughed dryly. Now, the two of them were busy with an even more dangerous matter. They might even lose their lives at any moment. Therefore, they should not be able to find them. Speaking of which, how many king-level Junes have we destroyed? Xing Lu asked. 7-9. Anyway, that's the number. The Spirit Paragon Palace and whatnot are all empty. I think, if not for the fact that every king-level Junes have an energy well, they would have even abandoned the king-level Junes. The warrior from the god realm replied, The progress of the others is about the same as us. There are 6 king-level halls that belong to the king-level halls that have been completely wiped out. Many of the heavenly origin gods have also fallen. That's right. However, they have not made any movements. Xinglu nodded. Although such a large-scale operation was secretive, as long as one was an idiot, anyone would be able to tell that this was an operation against the sovereign king palace. Moreover, it was done by the same faction. It was impossible for the sovereign king palace to not receive the news of the deaths of their own people and the destruction of their branch palaces. However, until now, there was still no news from the origin land. The sovereign king palace seemed to be suppressing their anger. Other than the June throne, which was still operating at the lowest level, the other branch palaces were all empty. Only a few people from the Tianjun Palace and the Spiritual Paragon Palace remained. However, even those who were guarding the June throne were only low-level origin, realm experts, or high-level heavenly gods. They couldn't be considered as a defensive force at all. This operation of annihilation wasn't obstructed at all. King-level June is still dragging it out. He is forcefully dragging it out. It is probably because of this energy well. When we arrived, they were still using all their strength to maintain the energy well. Xing Lu's palm caressed the side of the energy well. His eyes flickered with flames. To some people in the king-level hall, king-level June still needs to exist, at least for a short period of time. He needs to continue playing a certain role. It is just like that god realm warrior's eyes flashed, fighting for time. It is as though they are trying to do something. They need to fight for time with us. Therefore, we cannot allow king-level June to retreat. Xing Lu nodded. It is just that we have no way of knowing or guessing what the king-level hall is trying to do. For such a matter, it was better to inform the 2 lords who were risking their lives. Oh no, it was only that lord who was risking his life. Although the 2 of them might have guessed it long ago, they had not sent out their armies yet. It was likely that they had their own considerations. Hong Long. A violent energy roar exploded in his ears. Xing Lu turned his head back. That god realm warrior had ignited the flames in the energy well, burning it to ashes. The remaining energy in the energy well danced with the energy flames. Xing Lu's deep gaze pierced through the flames and looked at the bottom of the earth, the non-order energy that had accumulated under the earth. Xing Lu rubbed his eyes. He turned around and left with that warrior. He had always felt that something was not right in his heart. It was a little oppressive and a little palpitating. It was a very serious feeling. His senses were still very sensitive. The last time he had such a feeling was when he was in the secret artifact space. He was surrounded by the Lord Guardian with 1,800,000 firepower. At that time, he felt that he was going to die, but he managed to survive. The last time was, he thought. It seemed to be when he met with Xianlei. At that time, he was tortured to death. He also thought that he was going to die, but in the end he did not die. Generally speaking, it was a scare, but not a real one. It was just that this scare might be a little exaggerated. Usually, people with a weak heart would fall directly at the scare. Speaking of which, shouldn't we go and look for the origin relic? Our operation here is going so smoothly. It's time to change our target. Xing Lu thought about it and agreed. However, his face suddenly fell. But I heard that it's very hard to find. It's like the daily necessities of the human race, and it's hidden in the mountains and rivers. I heard from Master Hui that they could not find it even after searching half a mountain of trash. Seems like it. The two of them looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. However, even if it was difficult, they still had to look for it. The map was full of markings. If they did not have some manpower, when would they be able to find it? Hui, who was far away in the steppe cloud land, looked up. A lot of information flowed through his mind. He let out a long sigh of relief. The energy, well, we're busy with the origin relic here, and there's no peace over there. Troublesome, really troublesome. Hui sighed and looked up at the mountain of trash in front of him. He even gulped. If it's not here, why is there still more? Min glanced at him. The weight of 2 mountains. This is the last pile. We can't find more even if we dig the ground. Huey's face was dark green. He gritted his teeth and his face was distorted. After a moment, he took a deep breath and returned to his normal face. It was just that it was a little green. Where's Maple? Min tilted her head and looked to the side. He went to the river. I heard that he wanted to calm down. Calm down. Hui smiled bitterly and patted his head. The guy was holding on with half of his crystallized body. He really needed to calm down. Sigh, let's not care about that. Anyway, let's first classify the trash in front of us. Dry trash, recyclable trash, wet trash, harmful trash. This world is all harmful trash. Destroy it with the divine path. Hearing Huey's gloomy murmur, Min's pretty face twitched. She silently moved 2 meters to the side and let out a small sigh. The Guardian was also affected by the observer's crazy factor. No, it had probably been affected for a long time. It was just that he would act up now and then. Chapter 16:07. It was the 6th or 7th day since they had settled down in this forest. They had been so busy that they had lost track of time. It had been almost 10 days since they had arrived in the Cloud Continent. Now that they thought about it, they were here for a vacation. Although they were here in the name of causing trouble, and in the name of research and exploration, nothing had happened. The sky was still clear and blue, and the sun was still lazy, peaceful, and tranquil. However, there was always a saying behind this mood, the calm before the storm. Peace. It was probably a very good thing for many ordinary beings, living their daily lives peacefully, fighting and quarreling with the people on the neighboring continent, fighting and killing peacefully, digging holes and burying people peacefully, pitting each other against each other, and fighting peacefully. Well, the degree of peace was a little strange, but the meaning was always the same. Perhaps it was because he had already seen things from the perspective of the void. No matter how big or small the things that happened in the world were, whether the participants were celestial gods or Empyrean gods, they all made him feel that it was quite normal and peaceful. However, the truth was more or less like that. No matter how big the commotion was, it all happened in the same world. No matter how serious the matter was, it was just a battle that destroyed the world or a hole in the ground. Well, his thoughts had already drifted to the void. Splash! There was a splash in the flowing, clear river. Yun Nuashing poked his head out from the bottom of the river and looked at the small forest in front of him. After a while, he held some water in his hands and rubbed it hard on his face. The water flowed down his long hair and face and dripped back into the wide river. His eyes followed the direction where the water flowed, and he stared blankly, not moving smoothly, dull, restless, irritated, so he decided to take a bath. God knows what he was thinking before he took off his clothes and jumped into the river. He probably wanted to change his mood or something. As an energy life form that did as he pleased, his body was untainted, and bathing was just a little exercise to change his mood. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and saw that his right forearm was covered in purple energy crystals, while the area that extended to the right side of his face and back was covered in green energy crystals. When he lowered his head and looked into the river, he felt that he looked a little demonic. That's right, he looked very strange. But no matter what, he didn't look so ferocious and twisted that it was frightening. If he had to describe it, he was filled with evil. That's not right. At least when he wasn't crazy, he looked quite good. Well, it was only limited to half of his face. Demonic. Well, that was probably it. Yun Nuashing raised his head, revealing his entire shoulder above the surface of the water. He suddenly said casually, "It's about time to come out. Is it fun to stare at other people bathing?" There were several clear sounds of bushes being pushed aside and grass being trampled on. A few presences that had been hidden excessively became clear because of his words. 3 figures slowly emerged from the forest. The leader was a skinny young man. He seemed to be in his mid-20s. He wore an azure headband with strange patterns on his forehead. It seemed like only the front part of the headband was covered in armor. The headband extended from his forehead to his cheeks without covering his face. The other 2 were also men. They were younger than the leader, and they were both rather burly. Yun Nuashing could see the 3 of them clearly without looking back. He could immediately sense their cultivation levels. One of them had just reached reciprocity, while the other 2 were peat gods. They were only a few steps away from reciprocity. The 3 of them were dressed in formal attire, and they were rather similar in style. They probably represented something behind them. They might have just happened to arrive here. "You are a human." The man with the azure headband, who seemed to be the leader, waved his hand and took a step forward. He said softly to Yun Nuashing, "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Because there are very few people in this desolate forest, I thought you were a demon that lived in this forest." The 2 burly men slowly lowered their hands from their weapons. They studied Yun Nuashing, who was soaking in the water more than 10 meters away. They frowned slightly. "Demons. There used to be some here, but they're all gone now." Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the desolate forest. He did not know if the magical beasts and wild beasts there were the demons he mentioned. They had all been swallowed by the mirror space. Now that the mirror space had been destroyed, the demons in the lush forest behind them had all left because of the disturbance they had caused. "It's just as you said. There are very few people here. What are you doing here?" "You." The burly man in the blue clothes was slightly angry. Just as he was about to say something, the man in front of him waved his hand again, making him swallow his anger. The man with the headband waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Sorry, I was a little impulsive. By the way, since Miss is here, did you see a woman wearing the same mask as me nearby?" Yun Nuashing was startled. It looked like a headband. It could not even cover 1/10 of her face. How could it be a mask? Well, that was not the point. "I didn't see anyone here. I'm the only one here." "Impossible. The spirit disc shows that she's within 100 kilometers of here. She's not even out of the forest." "She's definitely here." The burly man in the blue clothes suddenly shouted, "There's only your aura in this forest. You must have hidden her. A headband." The masked man turned around and glared at him. He smiled lightly and said to Yun Nuashing, "Sorry, this one is Lei Chong, an elder of the Origin Thunder sect. This time we came out of the sect to look for a traitor who left the sect without permission. She also has a secret treasure of the Origin Thunder sect on her. The spirit disc of the Origin Thunder sect can lock onto the location of a secret treasure. We used it to chase her all the way from the open cloud continent to here. Only then did we lock onto the traitor's location. This matter is of great importance to my Origin Thunder sect. If your Excellency has any clues, there's no harm in telling this one. The Origin Thunder sect will definitely reward you handsomely." Yun Nuashing's hand splashed on the water in boredom. The Origin Thunder sect. I've never heard of it. I don't really care about rewards. I've also never seen the person. If there's nothing else, you may leave. They hadn't been in the Cloud Continent for long. Currently, they only remembered the Ice Domain and the Sovereign King's Palace. As for the others, they didn't remember those. Even if they heard about them, they probably wouldn't know about them. They didn't have any plans to get involved in the Cloud Continent's trivial matters. Naturally, they didn't bother to remember where they were. His straightforward words made the face of the blue-clothed man turn black. After holding it in for a long time, his face turned green and then white. There weren't many people in the Cloud Continent who dared to not give them face. The masked man's face also darkened slightly. However, he still spoke in a very amiable manner. "Friend, why do you have to make things so difficult? That person is only a traitor of our sect. If you can help us capture her, our Origin Thunder sect will definitely make you an honored guest." "You!" Splash. Yun Nuashing slowly stood up from the water. Half of his body was above the water's surface. The river water flowed down his body and his thick black hair. He tilted his head to the right and looked at the three people. He said indifferently, "I'm thinking you guys were sent to catch a traitor of your sect. You shouldn't have been sent to catch me, right? Then, if you want to find someone, go find someone yourself. If you want to catch someone, go catch them yourself. What does that have to do with me?" After coming out of the water, he walked to the shore. His knee-length hair stuck to his body. The energy crystals that protruded from his body were covered with water droplets. Under the sunlight, they reflected a hazy radiance that enveloped a few inches of his body. He casually gathered his long hair, and his wet body automatically put on a set of loose pajamas. It should have been a pretty good picture of a beauty coming out of the bath. However, this atmosphere, this gloomy aura, really ruined the mood. "Boss, I can't take it anymore. Let me go and kill this little girl." Seeing that he was still acting as if he didn't see anything and was about to walk past them, the blue-clothed man was furious. He let out a gloomy roar in his heart. Then he rushed towards Yun Nuashing's back as fast as lightning. The burly man roared angrily. His sandbag-sized fist landed heavily on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. A white-blue energy exploded from his huge fist. It was as if there was a thunderous explosion of energy. The stench of burning electricity immediately spread through the air. The battle broke out in an instant. It was so fast that Lei Chong didn't even have time to react. When he turned around, he couldn't help but be startled. He saw that the veins on the burly man's fist and arm were bulging. Energy surged as his fist landed heavily on Yun Nuashing's shoulder. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the huge fist was less than half an inch away from the latter's slender shoulder. The lightning that seemed to be boiling with white energy also couldn't touch the latter's body. My Thunder Origin sect's unique primordial lightning energy is mixed with the lightning energy of heaven and earth. It's much stronger than ordinary energy. With Lei Da's strength, even I would be flustered if he used his full strength to launch a surprise attack. Why? Lei Chang's eyes widened when he saw that the burly man's full strength attack didn't have any effect. Then he realized that the burly man's fist had landed on Yun Nuashing's right shoulder. His gaze landed on the energy crystals behind Yun Nuashing's back. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded to the man beside him. Then he looked towards Yun Nuashing's back. Since they had already made their move, regardless of whether she was related to that traitor or not, they had to capture her first. When the other man met Lei Chang's gaze, he also nodded with a sinister smile. In the next instant, pale white lightning wrapped around his body. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Yun Nuashing's back. His right hand, which was covered with endless lightning energy, formed a claw and fiercely slashed at the 6 energy crystals. Ding, ding, ding. The claw, which was covered with lightning energy, swept across the energy crystals. Pale white energy and a green energy exploded at the same time. However, it only caused a series of crisp sounds of crystal and glass being knocked, causing the expressions of the 3 men to tremble. On the other hand, Yun Nuashing still had a calm expression on her face. She even cooperated by standing at the same spot as a target for them to hit. A moment later, the 6 energy crystals suddenly lit up with a resplendent light. An indescribably majestic energy was frantically condensing in the dark, causing Lei Chong's expression to change drastically. Retreat! The enormous and terrifying energy caused Lei Chong's scalp to turn numb. With a roar, he hurriedly used his body to retreat like a bolt of light. The other two burly men were stunned for a moment when they heard this before they quickly followed. However, it was at this moment that the world darkened. Just as the three of them increased their speed to the limit and were about to rush out, the 6 energy crystals suddenly lit up with an incomparably resplendent light. An energy that could cause the world to change leaked out, causing the faces of the 3 men to turn pale. In an instant, a green energy storm that was enough to destroy the world suddenly erupted with Yun Nuashing as the center. The rolling storm was filled with endless destructive energy, sweeping the entire world into the center of the storm. The surging energy turned into lightning and exploded repeatedly in the storm. The lightning illuminated the dark storm. In less than a moment, it caught up with the 3 men who had used the speed of light but hadn't moved more than 100 meters away. Then, the 3 men retreated like a bolt of lightning. The energy that overflowed from their bodies caused a chain reaction when it came into contact with the green whirlwind, turning into energy impact that crazily exploded in their bodies. When the 3 men flew out, they spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, which was blown away by the storm in the air. In front of the 4 buildings under the big tree in the forest, Hui and Min were busy sorting the garbage. Suddenly, they felt the earth shaking, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling behind them. They both trembled for a moment. When they turned around, they saw a storm that connected the heaven and the earth suddenly forming and then suddenly disappearing. However, the storm had indeed just formed. At this moment, a strong wind was rushing in from all directions, blowing a piece of rotten cloth away from the garbage pile and pasting it on Huey's face. "Oh, aye!" Hui pulled off the torn cloth on his face with a dumbfounded expression. He turned around and glanced at the situation in the forest. The trees were crooked, and many of them were broken at the waist. There were also a few trees that were ignited by the surging energy that turned into lightning. There was a moderate fire in the forest, but it didn't seem to have any signs of spreading. Did he eat something bad? Why did he suddenly become so irritable? Hui scratched his head and looked at Min, who was also dumbfounded. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Let's not care about that guy. He probably had a nightmare while sleeping." "Min, is that level of rage called a nightmare?" She also sighed and shook her head. "Anyway, there shouldn't be anything in the cloud continent that could touch that guy. She probably didn't need to care about anything." Boom! Tens of thousands of miles away from the sky, 3 figures wrapped in cyan energy suddenly fell from the sky like meteors. They fiercely smashed into the hard gravel pile, splashing a huge amount of smoke and dust. 3 deep pits that were tens of thousands of feet wide were smashed on the ground. TSK, what a bunch of idiots. Naive, they didn't even choose a place to hit when they were standing and letting you hit them. Such obvious energy crystals were exposed outside of their bodies. It's obvious that there's a problem, but they still dared to directly hit them. I really don't know if I should say that you guys are brave, but not astute or naive. A smacking sound came out from the billowing smoke and dust. A green whirlwind brushed past, and the billowing smoke and dust dissipated. Yun Nuashing's figure landed in a deep pit. He saw the figure in the pit who was trying to get up in a sorry state. He walked over with large strides, and when he walked over, he put on that extravagant starry sky robe. Lei Chong, who was flipping over in the pit, was fiercely trembling. That cyan storm had an unknown energy that instantly tore apart all of his defenses and destroyed all of his accumulated energy. Although he wasn't seriously injured, if he didn't get proper treatment, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed without lying in bed for at least 10 years. Cyan storm. Why don't I remember there being such a person in the cloud continent? Lei Chong sucked in a breath of cold air. Just as he was muttering to himself, a sudden burst of energy came from behind him, causing his expression to stiffen. He quickly turned his head and saw a figure in a black robe quickly walking in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. The right side of the face was covered by a crystal, but in Lei Chong's eyes it was abnormally evil. His heart immediately turned cold, and he quickly shouted, This friend! This is a misunderstanding. Please give face to the origin, Thunder Sect. Yun Nuashing quickly walked in front of him and lifted Lei Chong up by his collar like a little chick. He swung his hand and slapped Lei Chong's face. Origin Thunder Sect, right? Lei Chong was stunned by that slap. His face was blank and stupefied. When he came back to his senses, he stared at Yun Nuashing. You! Pa! Before he could finish his words, Yun Nuashing slapped him again. Blood and teeth flew out of his mouth. Misunderstanding, right? Giving face to you and looking for people, right? Yun Nuashing clapped his hands. When Lei Chong came back to his senses, he slapped him again. Lei Chong's vision had just stabilized when he was sent flying again. He spun in the air and fell heavily on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Don't go. Let me heal you. Yun Nuashing rode the green wind to Lei Chong's side. With a wave of her hand, a whirlwind lifted Lei Chong into the air. Green energy with a holy aura entered his body. In almost an instant, all the wounds on Lei Chong's body disappeared. The few teeth that had just flown out also recovered. He was stunned for a moment. Before he could react to what had happened, another white slap came toward him. You're disturbing me while I'm bathing. You're looking for people and you're looking for me. Do you want to die? The sound of punches and kicks made the other two burly men in the crater break out in cold sweat. They held their breaths and dragged their heavily injured bodies to the edge of the crater. Why are you leaving? Lei Chong had just crawled 100 meters when he suddenly felt his body lighten. The discomfort in his body had completely disappeared. He was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a palm land on his shoulder. Cold sweat instantly broke out again. The demonic voice echoed crazily in his ears. Let me tell you about the principles of this world. Lei Chong swallowed his saliva. Before he could mentally prepare himself, he felt an unreasonable force wrap around his body and lift him up into the sky. 10 minutes later, Lei Chong and the other two kneeled on the ground and trembled with their but sticking out. Yun Nuashing curled her lips. Originally, she was in a bad mood and soaked in the river for a while to calm down. However, as soon as these three guys came out, they were looking for people and looking for things. Lei Chong was also looking for things all over the world, and it was not going well. It was not easy for him to calm down, but now he was impetuous again. But now he had vented a lot of his anger by beating them up. I feel refreshed. Lei Chong and the other two trembled when they heard this. Lei Chong raised his head and looked at Yun Nuashing. When he saw that she was staring at him with a malicious look, his bruised and swollen face suddenly trembled. Big sister, I admit defeat. I really admit defeat. Today's matter is our fault. Please be magnanimous and let us go like a fart. That's right. I must be blind to provoke you. Lei Chong trembled as he took out a jade pendant. He did not dare to raise his head and handed it forward. Big sister, this is a token of my sincerity. Look, you're quick to admit your mistake. You're disturbing my peace. Yun Nuashing casually took the jade pendant and casually rummaged through it. She did not care much about it. What good things could there be in a god's collection? Even if she threw it here, it would not be good. Outer celestial stone? Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. In the corner of the storage space, she saw a stone that was completely white like jade. Moreover, this hazy aura seemed to be the outer celestial stone. Moreover, it was the white outer celestial stone that she found. Waving her hand, Yun Nuashing took out the outer celestial stone that was the size of a wash basin. She glanced at Lei Chong, who was still handing it forward with both hands, and said softly, Where did you get this outer celestial stone? That is, Lei Chong and Lei Chong looked at each other. Both of them were confused. Noticing that Yun Nuoxing's gaze became slightly unfriendly, the former quickly said, "That is, I got it by accident." "By accident? You really got it by accident?" Yun Nuoxing held the white inner celestial stone and stared at them with a faint smile. A cyan whirlwind spiraled out from her body, making the three people's faces turn pale. Lei Chong gathered his courage and quickly said, "It's true. You also know that the outer celestial stone is not like other stones that can be found everywhere. It comes from outer space no matter what. So far, there is no stable way to obtain it. Moreover, the value of the outer celestial stone is really not that high, especially this white one. We only kept it because we thought it looked good." This answer had been heard several times. After hearing this answer again this time, Yun Nuoxing also gave up the idea of finding a large pile of outer celestial stones. It might take a lot of effort to obtain this thing in bulk, and she did not have that much time right now. "Disturbing my peace, I should have sent you two flying together." Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes and looked at the three people kneeling on the ground. Seeing that they were trembling because of her words, she said, "But for the sake of this inner celestial stone, go as far as you can. If you come again, I will strangle you to death." Yes, we will scram. We will. Ugh. Lei Chong trembled and raised his head, only to find that the figure had disappeared. For a moment, he was also stunned. Lei Chong and Lei Chong felt that something was wrong and also raised their heads. When they found that the fiend had disappeared, they both let out a sigh of relief. "Boss." Lei Chong suddenly smiled bitterly and poked Lei Chong's arm. The spirit disc is in the jade pendant. I forgot about it." Lei Chong's expression also stiffened. He rubbed his swollen face and became absent-minded. After a while, he said, "Anyway, let's go back to the Origin Thunder sect first." "Call people to teach her a lesson?" Lei Chong said. No, I won't do something like that." Lei Chong hurriedly shook his head. When he thought of that green hurricane, his face turned pale. "Our mission failed. We just need to go back and report it. Naturally, there will be a second team to take our place. I won't go and provoke that fiend. You haven't been beaten up that long, so you can't feel it. That person is simply a monster." Lei Chong climbed up from the ground with a grin. He looked around at the barren mountains and fell silent. "So where are we?" "I don't know. When we flew over, we were all dizzy. The cloud steppe land is vast and is mostly barren. Our things, they were all given to her." Lei Chong shook his head. "The three of them. It's over. They're going to get lost in the cloud steppe land. Just recover first. Don't tell anyone about this." Lei Chong warned the two seriously. He bitterly smiled in his heart. It was bad enough that they were beaten up to the point that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. Now, they couldn't even find North. If word of this got out, his three brothers wouldn't be able to stay in the Origin Thunder sect anymore. Chapter 1608. My name is Yun Nuoxing or Feng Ling or Quarter Moon, Feng Yueying or Ling Yuchen. I don't care which one I am. As for why I am talking about this topic, well, it's probably because I've been in too much contact with Origin recently. I've fallen into an endless cycle of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As for what I'm thinking about, it's probably because the things I've been busy with these days are so abnormal that my brain is about to burn out. So I'm trying to divert my thoughts. If it weren't for the three idiots who suddenly appeared and interrupted his thoughts, he would probably be sitting in the river until Hui and the others noticed that something was wrong and went over to pat him down. But before that, he would probably have floated away along the river. So I have to thank those three idiots? If that's the case, I won't strangle them the next time I see them. I'll just send them on a half-day tour in the sky. That's settled then. But on the way back, he encountered a good thing. Well, it could be considered a good thing for the time being. Since he hadn't left the two forests for a few days, it was rare for him to come out. On the way back, he circled around the vicinity a few times and passed by a huge mountain. It just so happened that the sky was covered by dark clouds, which created a scene that was higher than the sky. Since he had nothing to do, he flew up there, sitting on the edge of the sea of clouds and basking in the sun while watching the sea of clouds surging under his feet. Sounded pretty good. It was one of the most common leisure activities among the lifelong generals. Although he would sit there for more than 10 years and would be caught by Hui and nagged by him, this leisure time was still pretty good. At least the mood was good. His original plan was not wrong. But when he reached the top of the sea of clouds and landed on the edge of the mountain, he couldn't help but gasp. At the top of the mountain, there was an earthy yellow energy barrier less than 5 feet wide. Sealed inside was a potted plant that was a little more than half a foot long. It was a 7-inch tall, colorful sapling with 7 branches. On each branch, there was only 1 leaf. Each leaf was like an energy crystal with a different energy color. The colorful light illuminated the earthy yellow energy barrier in all kinds of colors. It was a small potted plant that could be seen everywhere, but it did not look like a fortune tree, nor did it look like anything else. Anyway, it was just a potted plant, although it looked a little strange. When Yun Nuashing thought about it, he broke through the barrier effortlessly. To be precise, there was a source of origin energy in his body that spontaneously removed the energy barrier and then rushed over to put the potted plant on his hand. Kaka! A huge amount of origin energy poured into his body in an instant. After a while, a thick layer of energy crystals protruded from his shoulders. With the earthy yellow energy as the center, the crystal was transparent and shone with colorful light as if it was made of glass. It looked like a pauldron. This is an origin relic. Yun Nuashing had a strange expression on his face. He only touched the energy barrier as if he felt something, but he didn't think much about it until it was in his hand. By the time he realized that it was an origin relic, the potted plant had already entered the origin mark. There's no wind or thunder this time. The little angel said in the soul. They were just sitting in the soul world when the sudden surge of origin energy startled them. They only needed to take a look to know what was going on. I don't know if it's because the wild energy isn't sealed, or if it's because I'm already familiar with this origin energy. Yun Nuashing was a little curious, but it would be difficult for him to figure out what was going on. Either way, there were 2 possibilities. As for what was going on, he would find out next time. For him, he was already thankful that he didn't have to be tortured to death by the origin energy and the law of origin. Obtained an earth elemental pauldron. In the spiritual world, Siyu took out a small notebook. Qing Huang went over and read what was written in the notebook. She was surprised. Obtained a jade sculpture. Obtained a crystallized gauntlet. Obtained a wind chime. Obtained a crystallized wing. Then there was the note. Obtained a crystallized pauldron. Defense plus 999. Qing Huang was surprised by the number of 9s in the end. Yun Nuashing and the little angel couldn't help but sigh. The girl was bored because she couldn't come out. Tao Heaven and Qing Yu had been building his soul, world day and night. It was said that they used it to pass the time. Yuan Kong had been giving them suggestions. Although they were all bad ideas, Yun Nuashing had to be wary of Yuan Kong and Qing Yu. She might instill some weird ideas into his soul world, but Yun Nuashing still had to be careful. However, Siyu, that little girl, had written it very clearly. It did look like she had obtained a pauldron. Seeing that there was a large space in her notebook and she had even drawn a miniature figure, she immediately drew 2 pauldrons that had just appeared on the shoulders. Yun Nuashing couldn't stand it anymore. Girl, if you have nothing to do, you should go build a house with Qing Huang. Otherwise, you should go cultivate. Siyu slammed her little notebook shut, looked up at the sky and shouted, I want to go out and play. No, this place is not safe. I want to go out and play. Maybe there will be a fight in a few days. What if we accidentally find an origin relic? You guys, go out and play. So listen to me. I don't want to listen. Yun Nuashing and Feng Qing Huang were speechless. If they didn't find something for her to do, She might become the first successful mushroom in the soul world. However, it wasn't a good idea to let her out now. If one was released, 5 or 6 or even 6.5 would come out. It wasn't that he wanted to keep these girls in the soul world. It was just that they were here on the cloud continent to cause trouble. It wouldn't be good if they weren't careful. Moreover, with his and Huey's abilities, nothing big had happened yet. He was afraid that something big was brewing. They had to be careful, especially those big things that couldn't be prevented. Therefore, he had to let Siyu and the others stay in the soul world. For this reason, he specially allowed them to do whatever they wanted in the soul world. Now that he took a look at the soul world, it was almost like a theme park. Qing Yu created a lake with a length and width of 100,000 miles, the ocean. He guessed that she was going to raise all kinds of seafood in it. He wondered if the big, small, medium, and big fire would be raised again. As for the Tao of Heaven, she circled a large piece of land and seemed to be recreating the circle of buildings in the Tao of the Heavens. Anyway, Yun Nuashing felt that he couldn't watch it anymore. If he continued to watch, he might vomit blood. Yun Nuashing repeatedly assured them that it was absolutely safe and let them out for a breather when they were about to enter the city. Only then did Si Yu's expression change. He pulled Feng Qinghuang aside and whispered to her. They seemed to be talking about what kind of equipment he would collect next time and what kind of effect he would get. Anyway, when he heard that, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but run out. He felt that his brain might explode if he stayed any longer. The rest of the journey back was peaceful. Yun Nuashing took a walk in the sky for a while and walked on the ground for about 10 minutes. He then hopped and ran for the last part of the journey. Not long after, he returned to the 2 forests. When he landed and saw Jing Yuanji, he suddenly remembered something. It seemed that they had rescued a person from the mirror space a few days ago. She said that the mummy seemed to be a woman. Could it be that she was the traitor that the 3 people from the Primitive Thunder sect were looking for? She should have woken up by now. Let's go and take a look. Master Feng. When Jing Yuanji saw that Yun Nuashing had returned, she greeted him respectfully and cordially. While she was smiling, she suddenly saw 2 crystals protruding from Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Mei Mao's eyes flickered, and she asked in surprise, Master Feng, have you found the origin relic? It's not that. I found it when I was wandering outside. After comparing it, it shouldn't be the origin relic in the forest. However, the map didn't show any other origin relic nearby. Probably one of the origin relic flew here. Yun Nuashing shook his head and looked into the room. Let's not talk about this first. Has she woken up? I have something to talk to her about. She just woke up half an hour ago. I was just about to inform you. Jing Yuanji nodded gently, turned around, and gently pushed the door open. She brought Yun Nuashing into the room. The appearance and furnishings in the room hadn't changed much, except for a set of clothes hanging on the wall. There were 2 strangely shaped blue fragments on the table. A woman was lying on the bed, leaning against the wall. Her elbows were propped on the windowsill, and she was looking at the sky outside the room. She was a beautiful woman who looked like she was in her 20s. Her soft black hair was a little messy because it wasn't taken care of. It was casually draped over her body and spilled onto the bed. Her slanted bangs covered part of the outline of her face, making her look a little thin. Her clear black eyes reflected the leisurely scene of the blue sky and white clouds. But there was anxiety and unnaturalness in the depths of her eyes. There was something important in her heart that made her uneasy. Her uneasy mood made her notice that the door was pushed open. She tilted her head and looked out the window. When she saw Yun Nuashing come in, she couldn't help but be startled. Just as she was about to straighten up and say something, the latter walked directly to the bed and looked at her. He said seriously, "Are you from the Primitive Thunder sect?" The woman's pretty face stiffened. She guiltily averted her gaze and involuntarily lowered her head. Seeing this, Jing Yuanji carefully tugged on Yun Nuashing's sleeve. Fong Darren, did something happen? Yun Nuashing made a sound of acknowledgement when I was leisurely bathing by the river. 3 silly people came. They kept saying that someone had come here and that they were the traders of the primitive Thunder sect. Then they wanted to find the person, but they didn't look for him themselves. They kept coming to me and quarreling. Jing Yuanji laughed dryly. Then where are they? I sent them flying. I chased after them and beat them up again. Thanks to them, I found this. Yun Nuashing patted the shoulder armor on his shoulder and grinned. Consider it an accidental harvest. Things haven't been going well recently. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my temper and talk to them. For a moment, I forgot that we found someone. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and paused for a moment. He looked at Jing Yuanji. Mainly because you wrapped her up like a dumpling. I don't remember. That the woman on the bed suddenly stood up. She took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Yun Nuashing, and Yun Nuashing, thank you for your help. However, I will be a burden to you if I stay here. Please allow me to leave first. I will remember your kindness in my heart. If there is a chance in the future. Yuanji, has she recovered? Yun Nuashing ignored her and turned to look at Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji shook her head. Her internal injuries are very serious. She has just recovered. Although it is not a serious injury for a high-level heavenly god, she still needs to rest for a while. It is very troublesome to not be an energy life form. The last sentence was said very softly. Only Yun Nuashing heard it. He nodded and waved his hand, blowing a gust of wind to press the woman on the bed. Then rest well. As for the primitive Thunder sect, we have beaten them up and chased them away. It would be a loss for you to run away now. The woman looked at him in a daze. Just as she was about to say something, Yun Nuashing, who was about to turn and leave, came back. By the way, I heard that you took some secret treasure of the primitive Thunder sect. Their spirit disk can track the location of the secret treasure. Did you really take it, or did you just say that you did not know? Secret treasure? The woman, who had just sat up, was stunned when she heard that. A few seconds later, she could not help but burst into laughter. She covered her mouth and laughed, but there was a certain coldness and disgust etched in her heart. After a moment, she helplessly shook her head. The treasure vault where the secret treasure is located, there are 3 high-level heavenly gods guarding it. How could a mere high-level heavenly god like me have the ability to take the so-called secret treasure from there? It's just an excuse to cause trouble for me. Yun Nuashing nodded in understanding. However, sending 2 high-level heavenly gods who were close to the pinnacle and one who had just ascended to origin against a mere high-level heavenly god was a little cruel. They probably came with the intent to kill me. She sighed helplessly. She raised her fair arm and wore a blood-red bracelet. Looking at how seriously she was rummaging through it, it was probably some sort of storage item. As expected, she soon took out a talisman paper that was dyed in blood-red mist. The energy that emanated from it faintly flowed towards the south. The energy seemed to be able to pass through many obstacles. At any rate, Yun Nuashing could sense that the cognitive barrier formation he had casually placed around the room was not obstructed by the energy. The order of the law was probably quite high. This is the blood origin talisman. The aura that the spirit disk is tracking is this. I found it in my clothes. Someone probably had it before they escaped. The woman shook her head as she spoke, her bright eyes dimming slightly. Yun Nuashing casually took the blood origin talisman and burned it in the palm of his hand. Then he nodded and turned to leave. Have a good rest. The woman came back to her senses and saw that Yun Nuashing had already left. She hurriedly looked at Jing Yuanji, who was still standing there with a faint smile on her pretty face, not knowing what to do. She whispered, "That is it really okay for me to stay here? Although we've chased away a group of people, they will continue to send more people and Jing Yuanji sat down by the bed and thought for a moment before saying, "It's fine for us." These things won't affect us much. But Jing Yuanji smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by Lord Feng's cold appearance. In fact, he takes care of you very well. He engraved a Dharma talisman array here to help you recover. It's just that things haven't been going well recently, so he might be a little anxious." I've said too much. Anyway, since Lord Feng has spoken, you can rest assured and stay here to recuperate. Once your injuries are healed, you can do whatever you want. The woman looked at Jing Yuanji gratefully and smiled softly. "And thank you. My name is Lei Hua." Jing Yuanji also smiled back. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Oh, right. What does the Thunder Origin sect do?" The touched smile on Lei Hua's face suddenly froze. She looked at Jing Yuanji with a bitter smile. "Thunder Origin sect. Thunder Origin sect. I think it's better for me to escape through the night." Oh, I didn't say anything. Jing Yuanji's energy coming from his hand calmed Lei Hua down, and he began to talk about the primary Thunder sect. Although it was a long story, including information about the history of the sect, Jing Yuanji condensed all of it into a short paragraph. Similarly a superpower, but weaker than the Sovereign King Palace. The members of the sect cultivate the power of primary thunder. The intensity of the energy starts from white and gradually deepens until it reaches a blood-red color with a hint of white mist. It is stronger than divine power, but weaker than void energy. The sect has 3 pinnacle origins and dozens of high-grade origins. Conclusion: weaklings. Don't worry about them. Call Min over and he'll probably wipe them out. But there's no need for that. For the next few days, they were still searching for the origin relic nearby. What they were doing now was digging a hole in the ground every day. They would pull up the ground with a diameter of 10 miles and hang it in the sky as a floating island. After that, they would check one by one and bury it back in the ground. Although they were crazy to this extent, they still couldn't find any trace of the origin relic. The vegetation in the other forest was too good. Yun Nuashing didn't want to destroy it, so she didn't bother there. After spending 3 days to check and find no trace of the origin relic, Yun Nuashing decided to give up on this place. Logically speaking, Xing LV and the others had swept all the way from the Gray Expanse, Clear Cloud, Xianling Land, and other southernmost regions. They had swept all the way from the left and right borders. At this moment, they were already at the Cloudland and Greenland. The 4 of them were still hanging in one place for a long time without finding anything. If it wasn't for him going out at the last minute and picking up an origin relic, they really wouldn't have gained anything. However, on second thought, Xing LV and the others had also roughly checked the places marked on the map during their sweep, but they didn't find anything. Yun Nuashing felt a little relieved about this. Damn it, they wasted their time and didn't find anything. Looks like we still have to use a large-scale origin relic in the end. Yun Nuashing said with a gloomy face. Hui pressed a floating island in the sky to the ground and clapped his hands. Is it okay? Won't it activate the origin relic of the entire cloud continent? Just control the range. It's not a flood of information. Just use a large-scale origin relic to target this area. It should be able to shake it out. Yun Nuashing sighed and scratched his head in distress. But the origin relic that is awakened would be many times more dangerous. I now feel that the origin relic that we picked up wasn't because it wasn't sealed, but because it was sleeping well. Now that it's safely moved to another place where it can sleep, well, it's not throwing a tantrum. Look at the one in the ice domain and the one in Yangtian City. Hui muttered and nodded. That seems to be the case, but why do you keep saying sleep? It's a habit. Don't mind it. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. But let's leave it for last. We won't use it unless we're really impatient. After all, everyone has a wishful thinking. It's better not to suffer if we can. Yun Nuashing sighed with a distressed face. He looked at the sky and saw that there were no more floating islands. This forest had been completely dug 10 miles deep. There was nothing left. Let's go down and rest. Maybe we'll find it tomorrow. Hui smiled bitterly and followed him to the empty space in front of the hut. But tomorrow? They didn't have any good luck and didn't find the origin relic. Instead, they welcomed a group of guests. This was something that Yun Nuashing and the others didn't expect. Chapter 1609. Another simple and peaceful day had passed, and today was as peaceful as ever. It was really peaceful. He was almost sick of the idle life of digging, sweeping, hunting, and fishing in the woods. Since he was almost certain that the two woods did not have the damned relic of origins, he began to expand the search area many times over. It was not wishful thinking that he could pick up the relic of origins by simply sweeping the nearby area. The last time was just a stroke of luck, and Yun Nuashing reckoned that the good luck that time had probably used up all his luck in recent years. There would not be such a good thing in the near future. The reason he did a cursory check of the movement within a radius of 1,000,000 miles around the cabin was to avoid unnecessary disturbances when he used the origin energy shockwave. Although he would not be able to find those hiding things, he mainly wanted to see if there were any special gathering points nearby. Except for the Sand City. They had long known that there was a city thousands of miles away and had even gone there a few times to collect information. However, they did not find anything. Things like the relic of origins were hidden in the wilderness, and its original form was some kind of useless ornament, which made it even harder to distinguish. Even if it was placed in a treasure vault with many other treasures, not many people would take away the ornaments that were placed aside without any movement. Hui and the others were left to do the inspection. Yun Nuashing quietly huddled in the open space in front of the cabin, quietly mobilizing all the origin energy in his body. The number of origin energy he had mastered was less than 70, and there were usually more origin energy hibernating in the mark of origins. He could not use that part to do too much, but he could squeeze out a little bit of energy to mix it with other origin energy and unleash the origin energy oscillation together. He hoped that this little bit of energy would be enough to make the relic of origins. No, he hoped that they would give him some face and respond. If the origin energy oscillation smashed down and there was not even a gust of wind in a 1,000,000-mile radius, it would be stupid of him to hold the energy here since last night. It does feel inconvenient. The little angel agreed after hearing what he said. Let's change the method. How about spreading the origin energy out directly? Spread it slowly until there is movement in a certain area, and then stop immediately. This way, the relic of origins won't be activated at the same time because of a large-scale release of the origin energy. Yun Nuashing thought about this method and decisively rejected it. It was already extremely difficult for him to squeeze out a little energy from the other half of the origin energy that was not under his control. It was not feasible for him to use it to release energy continuously and stably. However, this idea was good. If he could not release it continuously and stably, he should be able to think of other ways to let the energy that was squeezed out continuously sweep across the world. Probably. Anyway, let's give it a try first. Using the energy crystal, the divine crystal, and the controllable origin energy as the carrier, and using the origin energy that could only be squeezed out as half of the core, sewing them together should be able to create a stable origin energy crystal. When the time comes, let it resonate with the laws of heaven and earth to release energy. If everything went well, theoretically it should be like this. Because he was a little anxious and busy, and because Lei Hua was occupying his little house, he simply lay down on the grass and slept at night. Lei Hua, who was lying in the house, could still see the situation in front of the house through another window. She saw that Yun Nuashing's body was releasing all kinds of energy light all night, and the light was reflected on the wall like a kaleidoscope, projecting many gorgeous patterns made of light. She could not sleep the whole night. It was too bright, and she could not sleep at all. She had to get up and cultivate to speed up her recovery. The next morning, Yun Nuashing woke up because of some unusual movements in his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of clear black, gem-like eyes looking at him. The small eyes were full of curiosity and a trace of intimacy which made him stunned. When he straightened up, the owner of the small eyes quickly jumped back a few steps. Only then did Yun Nuashing see clearly what it looked like. It was a fluffy golden squirrel. It looked like a squirrel, but its body size seemed a little different. Except for this squirrel that seemed to be particularly bold, it did not go far even after retreating. It stood on his lap and stared at him, its big fluffy tail wagging left and right behind it. There were many other small animals circling around him. When he grabbed the unknown object on its head, he found that it was a purple rabbit with a metallic luster. But then again, it should be a rabbit. It looked 80% similar, but its ears seemed to be a little small, and there were a few smaller ones huddling against his lap. Forget it. He would just treat it as a purple rabbit. It was fluffy and round, making him want to grab it and rub it on his face. Cough, cough. He looked at the other small animals circling around him. There was a raccoon that looked like a raccoon, a deer that was bigger than a horse, a civet cat that looked like a civet cat, and there were 2 birds of unknown species standing on its shoulders. Yun Nuashing. What happened in the span of one night? He really did not know what happened. He just happened to lie on the grass for a night, and there was a group of small animals gathered around him. They did not seem to be afraid of him, and they even looked peaceful. Oh, the divine domain of the origin energy. A moment later, Yun Nuashing looked at the sparkling energy on his body and instantly understood everything. Except for some of the very special energies, the rest of the origin energy more or less contained divine power. He had been steadily activating the 70 types of origin energy, so it formed a small divine domain. This energy that was close to all things attracted the small animals in the forest, and they treated him as their nest. Little star, I want that golden squirrel. After seeing the golden squirrel through his line of sight, Siyu suddenly came back to life. Her sparkling eyes were so excited that she looked like she was about to fall ill. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. He looked at the small animals around him and had an idea. He might as well throw them all into the soul world. Anyway, it had been perfected into a habitable world. Since it was always filled with energy, there was no problem with living conditions. It was not a bad idea to throw some living creatures in to add some color. It was mainly used to suppress a certain little girl who was about to go crazy. After staring blankly at the sky for a while, Yun Nuashing went back to lying on the grass and continued to work on the crystallized origin energy. At the moment, he had injected 120 types of origin energy into it. It might take a little more effort to do the rest. He tried to finish it before the afternoon. He did not plan to lie here and enjoy the breeze tonight, although the environment here was pretty good. Perhaps it was because he looked too carefree right now. The troublesome body that had not acted up for a long time finally trembled and caused trouble to find him. Yun Nuashing, who was originally working hard on the crystallized origin energy, suddenly opened his eyes wide. All the origin energy entangled in his body was absorbed into his body, leaving only the dark red energy surging in his body. He entered a state of alert. Then he slowly stood up and walked to the trench in the open space. The trench was originally intended to be used as a moat, but the following steps were not completed. What's wrong? Lei Hua, who was in the small house, felt the sudden change in the atmosphere and quickly asked through telepathy. Someone came. It's nothing. Yun Nuashing casually replied and stood behind the trench. He crossed his arms and looked at the forest in front of him. Then he said loudly, "May I know what urgent matter our esteemed guest has come to visit me?" The surroundings were silent, causing Yun Nuashing's cheeks to blush slightly. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Energy ripples spread out from his body and turned into a storm that rushed into the forest. The branches of the big trees swayed wildly with the wind. A black shadow also emerged from the storm and landed in front of Yun Nuashing. The two of them were less than 10 meters apart. It was a woman. Her face could not be said to be peerless, but it was also one in a million. It was just that no one knew what she had experienced. Her beautiful face was engraved with indescribable tiredness and depression that had nowhere to vent. Her pale eyes looked lifeless and empty, without any luster. It was supposed to be a pair of very beautiful phoenix eyes, but now it looked like a dead chicken. Her scattered black hair was spread out messily on her body, just like her eyes, without any luster, as if she had not taken care of it for a long time. The blue loose robe she wore was also slightly messy, as if she wore loose clothes for convenience and did not need to be tidied up. She also wore a blue mask that could not even cover 1/10 of her face, and coupled with the slightly familiar style of the robe, Yun Nuashing had already concluded that this should be the second group of people. Well, it should be the second group of people because she was the only one. People from the primitive Thunder sect. Yun Nuashing nodded in understanding. With a wave of his hand, he took out the netherworld ruined sword and slammed it heavily on the ground. Both of his hands pressed on the hilt of the sword as he stared at the woman. Although he did not understand why she looked so lifeless, it did not matter. At this moment, time was running out, so he did not intend to treat her politely. She is in my hands. If you don't hand her over, I won't go to the primitive Thunder sect. Don't talk about my sins. The name of the primitive Thunder sect is useless against me. If you want to die, I'll kill you. The energy that had accumulated in his body to a certain degree suddenly surged with his thoughts. The woman continued to stare at him with lifeless eyes. It seemed like a battle was unavoidable. Speaking of which, it was quite impressive for her to be able to see through the barrier of the cognitive barrier engraved here. Although it was also because he was not serious about casting the formation at all. Are you alone? The Thunder Origin sect couldn't have sent you here to die, right? Yun Nuashing shouted softly. The energy surging around him increased by another level. The pressure of his aura was faintly discernible. Come on, call everyone out. I'm really in a hurry. The woman, who had remained motionless for a long time like a wooden puppet, finally opened her mouth slowly. There's no one else. It's just me. Yun Nuashing, who was about to continue shouting, was startled and almost bit his tongue. He spread out his spirit and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was indeed no one else, he could not help but be slightly startled. Just as he was about to say something, the woman continued to speak in a weak voice, as if she was about to die at any moment. No one else will come. I'm just a tool sent out to test my power. There's no possibility of me returning. Even if I return, I'll only be executed. Anyway, there's nothing else that can exist. It doesn't matter. The woman raised her head and looked at him. She lifted her feet and walked forward fearlessly. She stopped 2 meters away from Yun Nuashing and looked at him with her lifeless eyes. She said, "Seriously, I'm walking over. Please kill me." Yun Nuashing. The girls in the spiritual world were also stunned. The expression on the little angel's face changed drastically when she heard this. The last 5 words she said were very familiar. It was just like Yun Nuashing, who was willing to die but only wanted to die. She was fearless and had nothing to worry about. She said those words when she felt that the entire world had turned gray. At the same time, she also said those words when she had already made up her mind to die and no longer struggled. It was exactly the same. Speaking of which, this woman's eyes were not normal either. She had lost all hope long ago. It was just that she couldn't die even if she wanted to. It was as if she didn't even have the motivation to seek death. It made one wonder what she had encountered. What could have made a heavenly god of origin so desperate? Yun Nuashing couldn't think of anything. A broken heart, a heartless person. However, after such a long time, everything would be diluted. He had never seen a heavenly god of origin's eyes collapse to such an extent. The two of them stared at each other for a very long time. Time seemed to slow down as if an era had passed. Yun Nuashing slowly pulled the Nethervoid sword out of the ground and placed it on her slender neck. Seeing her peacefully close her eyes, He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of strangeness in his heart. It made him feel unusually unpleasant, just like how the little angel felt. He felt that he, who had once walked into the abyss of madness and was ready to die at any time, seemed to have become her. Right now, from his point of view, it was as if he was telling someone else his determination to die. However, this time he was the listener, and she was the one telling the story. Am I, finally going to be free? I can finally see you, the woman murmured in a broken language, as if she was reminiscing about something, as if she was telling an incomplete story. When the murderous aura approached her, and the wind from the swinging of the sword messed up the long hair beside her ears, she did not feel any nostalgia, regret. She only felt a sense of relief, as if she had let go of everything. As a drop of tear shimmering in the sunlight rolled down, she seemed to feel that everything was over. The spiritual world that was bustling just now only felt an inexplicable heaviness at this moment. From the perspective of a third person, this matter was a little inexplicable. Even Yun Nuashing was slightly confused. Everyone just looked at the woman lying peacefully on the grass like this. They were silent for a long time. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. Suddenly he let out a long sigh. He bent down and picked up the strange woman. Anyway, let's carry her back first. She can't sleep here. The little angel smiled bitterly. Of course, he didn't kill her. He just knocked her out with another void sword. So, what are you going to do? Yun Nuashing's face twitched. You're asking me? He lowered his head and looked at the woman's final expression of relief. He felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. It made him think of himself again. How would I know what to do? I'm not a bloodthirsty person. If I was, I would have done it already. But there was no hostility. Her eyes were dead. It was as if she had completely experienced death. Her soul had been completely annihilated, leaving only a walking corpse to continue walking in the world. He had experienced this feeling before, but, to be honest, because he always had a goal that he had to face. So, although he had also experienced this kind of collapse in death, it was far from to the extent that she had. It was as if his beliefs and life had fallen into the abyss of destruction together. It didn't matter what happened in this world anymore. When Lei Hua heard that someone had come, he thought that it was someone from the primitive Thunder sect and carefully hid behind the door. At this moment, his head poked out from behind the door. When he saw Yun Nuashing walking back with a strange expression, he cautiously walked forward. His gaze immediately fixed on the woman in his arms. He couldn't help but be slightly startled. Why is she here? Even if you ask me, she just came out like this. Yun Nuashing's expression was strange. He handed the woman over to Lei Hua. It's good that you know her. Put her down first. I'm still confused. The first thing she said was that she was an abandoned pawn, and if she didn't want to live, please do it. It's not good for us to do it. After placing the girl in the bed, Lei Hua's expression turned strange as well. Senior apprentice sister Lei Qing. From what I remember, she has always been like this, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. When I joined the Origin Thunder sect and found out about senior apprentice sister Lei Qing, she was already like this. I only heard from some gossip that she seemed to have encountered a great disaster. A great disaster? Yun Nuashing murmured and frowned. What kind of disaster could cause an Empyrean god's heart to die to this extent? Even time can't wash away this kind of trauma. It doesn't seem to have happened at this time. I heard that something happened when Senior Lei Qing was still a novice god. However, no one could say for sure. After that, I heard that it was like this. Lei Hua thought for a while and said, Yun Nuashing and the girls in the spiritual world. Oh my god. A novice god whose spiritual world and spiritual pillar were completely shattered and who had lost all will to live actually one day became an Empyrean god who begged for death the moment they met. This was the most dramatic life. Speaking of which, how did a person who no longer had any motivation cross the threshold to step into the rebirth state? This was simply devoid of conscience and divinity. She was someone who was favored by the void, right? Could she be a point of entanglement for the laws of the cloud continent? With that thought in mind, Yun Nuashing quickly checked her and found that she wasn't. However, there were many strange laws and orders entangling her body. There were many of them, but they were not at the level of a point of entanglement. Moreover, she was not under control, which was also abnormal. As for whether it was some kind of influence, Lei Hua did not find any signs of external influence on her body, spirit, or soul. It was as if she had completely lost the will to live. As for why she did not do that for so many years and instead became an Empyrean god, Lei Hua did not quite understand the situation. In any case, he handed this matter over to Lei Hua and was about to leave the room to continue processing the origin energy crystals. However, when he turned around and closed the door, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the woman's haggard and pale complexion. He suddenly frowned in displeasure. He didn't know what he was displeased about, but he still walked over and used origin energy and a spell formation that could soothe the mind and soul. When he saw that her complexion had more or less changed, he sighed and walked out of the room. After that, he tried to concentrate on processing the origin energy crystals, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not concentrate. He sat on the grass for the entire afternoon, sulking. You saw the same expression that you had before. Are you unhappy? The little angel asked in the spiritual world. Yun Nuashing frowned and said casually, I think so. If your current mood was magnified 100 times, it would be the mood of Ming, Xian, and the others. You don't know Lei Qing, so you only have this level of empathy. However, Xian and the others value you very much, so the little angel stopped talking. There was no need for her to say the rest. If she said it, it would only make him angry. It was fine as long as he knew about it. She was just guiding him. However, it was a little unexpected for them to meet such a person. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky and stared at the blue sky and white clouds for a long time. Her expression darkened. I feel very unhappy. I want to tear something apart to vent my anger. The map. Where is the map? Where is the origin thunder sect? I'll tear them apart. The little angel smiled bitterly. There was a new patient over there, and here there was a crazy one. Chapter 1610. According to the rumor the day after, everyone in the Primal Thunder sect felt an inexplicable chill that penetrated their brain. An elder in the sect spread the news that the Primal Thunder sect's primal thunder power was enough to resonate with the entire sect. At that time, hundreds of thousands of people in the sect felt the temperature of the surroundings suddenly drop to the coldest time of the sunset season. They shivered from time to time and had goosebumps all over their bodies. This was obviously nonsense. Which sect's energy resonance would have such an experience of standing on the edge of life and death? As for what the truth was, this was something that no one knew. In the end, there was only one conclusion. No one knew what the truth was. Actually, there was a world-destroying weapon that suddenly directed its resentment and attention to the Primal Thunder sect that evening. In just half an hour, it continuously condensed energy 17 times, intending to wipe out the Primal Thunder sect across half of the Cloud Continent. However, it was remonstrated with death every time. In the end, it did not attack the Primal Thunder sect at night. Although there was still some resentment in his stomach, he didn't know if it was directed at the Origin Thunder sect or himself. He still managed to regain his composure in the evening. He continued to torment the Origin energy crystal. Perhaps resentment and remnant thoughts could also be used as motivation. The next few dozen types of Origin energy were easily injected into the Origin energy crystal. When the sky was completely dark and the lanterns were lit, he took the Origin energy crystal out of his stomach. It was a standard rhombus-shaped energy crystal. The inside of the crystal was shining brilliantly, as if it contained all the colors in the world. Lei Hua, who was in the house, felt the light and poked his head out to take a look. He was almost blinded by the radiance of the Origin energy. Yun Nuashing looked up at the 2-meter-tall, rhombus-shaped energy crystal and fell into deep thought. Little Angel thought that he was worried about tomorrow's energy resonance. Just as she was about to comfort him, he suddenly said, "Say, it should be exciting to throw this crystal to the primal thunder sect, right?" Little Angel, this guy is hopeless. As expected, he was still blinded by his resentment. Even now, he was still seriously thinking about such things. If the energy contained in this energy crystal were to explode in one go, not to mention the Thunder Origin sect, the entire Cloud continent might lose half of its territory. In a more serious case, it might even lose 2/3 of its territory. If the distribution of the Origin relics was perfect, the two would be able to coordinate with each other. Perhaps the entire Cloud continent would be gone. Looking at Yun Nuashing calmly tossing the large crystal into the air, the little angel felt a little nervous. However, seeing that he didn't take any action at all, she heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was a world-destroying weapon, the kind that could casually destroy the world. He was a walking calamity that could walk upright. If he really had a thought and immediately took action, then their journey would have come to an end, and they would have returned empty-handed. Later in the day, Nie Yen contacted Hui and the others. After agreeing on the plan for the next day, the three of them might not come back tonight. They said that if there really wasn't even a shadow of an Origin relic in the vicinity, they would directly expand the search area until any Origin relic appeared. For the time being, it can be considered as secretly leaving defensive measures in an inhabited settlement. If it's an external explosion of the Origin energy, there should be no problem. After all, it's not a directional attack. It's just the aftermath of an energy explosion. It should be able to block it. Hui smiled faintly, not caring at all. Then what if it's an internal explosion? Yun Nuashing asked faintly. Hui's expression suddenly froze. That time in Yangtian City was an exception. That city was in existence similar to the Holy City. Its construction cost was high, and its defenses were all top-notch. Therefore, when the Origin relic exploded in the city, it didn't cause too much damage. If it were these ordinary cities and settlements, ugh, we shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Hui's cheeks twitched as he laughed dryly. For the time being, I've observed those places and didn't find any wrong energy flow. Although I'm not sure if this level of observation is useful. But since the Origin relics are all in some remote places in the wilderness, then there shouldn't be a problem. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She could only comfort herself with such words. If the Origin relic really did appear in some large settlement or some town, what could she do? She could only hurry over and help before it caused more damage. Who knows? There was an almost imperceptible sigh. Hui stopped what he was doing when he heard it, his eyes reflecting the city below. What's wrong? You don't sound happy? He asked nonchalantly. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. She did not hide it, but did not intend to make it clear either. Ah, something happened. I'm not in a good mood. Did someone piss you off? No, I'm just upset because I saw the shadow of the past. Now, if things don't go well, I'll look for trouble with some people. But I've been warned this afternoon, so you don't have to say anything. I'm just complaining. Hui was puzzled. In short, he understood that Yun Nuashing was a little unhappy. Usually, going to the void with him to fight would be the fastest way to vent, although it would be a little tiring. The second method would be to bring him a foodie, to have a big meal to divert his attention temporarily. But now, sigh, neither of those methods would work. Well, don't get angry and tear the Cloud continent apart. Hui smiled faintly and teased. I'm not that bored. Besides, I have things to do here, don't I? Although I know that I'm immobile. Wait, there are guests. I'll go greet them first. Yun Nuashing stopped laughing as he spoke, and what replaced it was a slightly impatient voice, with a hint of, I can finally vent my anger. Sai, don't kill him. Oh, he's already gone. Hui hurriedly warned, but Yun Nuashing had already cut off the soul communication. From the last little movement, he might have rolled up his sleeves, which guest needed to be entertained in such a way. Hui sighed and said, Forget it, I don't care. It's not a big problem to kill someone, as long as he doesn't tear down the area. Under the tree, in front of the 4 buildings, Yun Nuashing was about to take the initiative to attack. Lei Hua suddenly screamed in the house and hurriedly transmitted a message to him. The people of the 3rd team are here. They seem to be here now. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. These people were really persistent. It was fine that the 1st team was scouting, but the other 2 teams were also coming here without any care. They didn't even consider the situation of the other team's escape. Yun Nuashing patted her butt and stood up from the ground. Just as she was about to stretch, a crab claw-like, double-edged sword suddenly pierced out from the shadows and placed it on her neck. A gloomy voice quietly came from behind her. "Don't move. Be careful of your head falling to the ground." Swoosh! Suddenly, a loud sound of wind breaking was heard from all directions. Under the moonlight, black shadows flashed out from the surrounding forest and landed one after another with Yun Nuashing as the center. They were all people wearing black robes and wearing the same blue mask on their faces. The weapons in their hands and their bodies emitted a bone-chilling aura. However, looking at their attire, they didn't look like assassins. "You guys are quite persevering." Yun Nuashing smiled casually. Under the moonlight, she sensed 3 familiar auras in this dim, open space. She couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. "The 3 of you still dare to come? Have you forgotten what I said earlier?" The 3 people who were standing on the side and being strictly watched by the 2 people trembled. The person in the lead took off the black cloak with trembling hands. It was Lei Chong. At this moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to Yun Nuashing, "Big sister, listen to me. I also have my difficulties. First of all, it definitely wasn't us who wanted to come. It was them." In fact, the 2 endings were similar. They originally thought that after reporting the failure of the mission, telling the details, and then receiving punishment would be enough. They didn't expect that this group of cowards would drag the 3 of them down with them. They weren't scapegoats. They were going to be buried with them. They couldn't help but shiver when they saw Yun Nuashing's playful expression. "Even after seeing so many of us, you're still able to handle it with ease." The man behind him laughed sinisterly. He pressed his 2 blades against Yun Nuashing's neck. The ice-cold feeling made him shiver uncomfortably, but the former treated it as a sign of fear. He sneered, "Hurry up and hand over the person, and we'll leave your corpse intact." Wait a moment. Suddenly, a person slowly walked out from the crowd. He was probably the leader of this group. He looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "In the afternoon there should be a piece of trash here. What did you do to her?" Yun Nuashing's eyes narrowed slightly. Her ice-cold gaze carried a bit of contempt as she looked at him and casually said, "What else can I do? I just went down 1 step ahead of you. Very soon, you guys will also go down." "Is that so?" That person nodded casually. "You didn't even use your tools." As expected, it was a waste of time. "However, since we came together this time, there's no way for you to survive. Bring the person out and return to the Origin Thunder sect with us. Seeing that you didn't kill the 3 of them, maybe we'll spare your life." Yun Nuashing laughed out loud. It was as if someone had handed her a pillow when she was about to doze off. However, since she said that she wouldn't cause any trouble, she said, "I'm not interested in going to the Origin Thunder sect. Or rather, this is the last time I'll endure it. If you guys send anyone else here in the future, I'll go to the Origin Thunder sect, as you wish. As for how I'll go, it's not up to you guys. Why waste your breath? Capture her first, and then force her to hand over the person. Those who oppose our Origin Thunder sect must be prepared to pay the price." One of the black-robed men shouted. His figure flashed towards Yun Nuashing like lightning. At the same time, the person who was holding Yun Nuashing hostage was also preparing to attack. Suddenly, he saw the energy crystal on her body blossom with an unusually dazzling light. He couldn't help but be shocked. The 2 men's expressions changed. They both shouted angrily and used all their strength, not caring about leaving her alive. Ding! The two men's attacks touched Yun Nuoxing's body at the same time. However, their weapons completely froze when they were less than a centimeter away from her. No matter how hard they tried, their weapons couldn't get any closer. It was as if they had cut into an extremely hard layer of crystal. Scarlet lightning energy spread from the weapons and collided with Yun Nuoxing's body. It was as if they had fallen into a bottomless pit, causing the two men's expressions to change drastically. Domain, it's too late. The two men hurriedly wanted to use their domain of divinity. However, a light energy ripple emitted from Yun Nuoxing's body, easily shaking the two men and sending them flying. Her figure was like a ghost that instantly appeared in front of the two men in different directions. Her crystallized right hand grabbed their heads and fiercely smashed them to the ground. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and energy and dust soared into the sky. When everyone came back to their senses, she was still standing in the same place. She narrowed her eyes and looked at everyone with a cold gaze. It was as if she had never moved. Lei Chong and the other two were shocked. Although they had already seen part of her strength, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when they saw it again. To be honest, if they had the chance now, they would definitely turn around and run. They didn't want to stay here for even a second. The eyes of the person who seemed to be the leader shrank slightly. His hand grabbed the space beside him, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The energy of divinity and divine right surged in an instant. He took a step forward with a flourishing posture, then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Attack together! Kill her! Following his order, the surrounding black-robed men surged with murderous aura. Their domain of lightning flashing with dark colors merged with the leader's domain. The energy of dozens of people instantly rose to a whole new level, greatly increasing their confidence. Holding thick bolts of lightning, they rushed out from all directions and attacked Yun Nuoxing from all sides. Yun Nuoxing still narrowed her eyes. She slowly raised her crystallized right hand. Purple energy gathered in the handguard. She put her hands together and gently rubbed them together. F***CK. Retreat quickly. That purple energy surged crazily in Lei Chong's eyes. In fact, it was just a normal force. In an instant, his face turned pale. Coincidentally, the guy who had been watching over the three of them also rushed forward. At this moment, he hurriedly dragged Lei Chong and the other two to escape with their lives. The crisp sound of fingers snapping made Lei Chong and the other two panic. They clearly saw a purple energy ring catching up with them at an unknown speed and overtaking them in an instant. Then, the space behind them suddenly exploded with an energy that they felt was absolutely wrong. It was enough to overturn the rules of the world. A shock wave suddenly caught up with them from behind without any difference in speed. The three of them only had time to scream before they were blown away by the shock wave like swatting mosquitoes. When they were blown away, they saw a brilliant purple energy, radiance, blooming on the ground. Lei Chong even felt that the gates of hell had opened. Boom! The rumbling sound finally caught up with them. Lei Chong and the other two fell heavily on the ground and rolled for a long distance before stopping. Just as they were about to raise their heads, a few more violent rumbles sounded not far from them. Lei Chong was so scared that he hurriedly hugged his head and curled up into a ball. He only dared to raise his head when the sound stopped a little. He looked around and found that the members of the third team had turned into black charcoal. Seeing that they hadn't dissipated immediately, they should still be alive. The three of them were so scared that they swallowed their saliva. I really don't understand trash like you. Why are you lining up to die? A voice came from the place where the energy light still hadn't faded. It made Lei Chong and the other two tremble violently. They turned around in horror and saw a figure walking quickly from the front with a devilish grin on his face. The energy crystals that protruded from his body were releasing incomprehensible energy. The light illuminated a radius of 100 meters, like a walking moon in the dark night. At this moment, the darkness of the night was weakened by the constantly blooming purple light to the point that it almost didn't exist. The figure that was walking quickly stopped in front of Lei Chong and the other two. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at the three of them. He grinned slightly. In the eyes of the three of them, this smile was as ferocious as a devil's. "Hey, long time no see. The three of you, you know what I mean, right?" This grin, this devilish attitude, this terrifying amount of energy. Lei Chong's body trembled and tears almost came out of his eyes. He and Lei Chong shouted, "Understood! You don't have to do anything." Then he took out 2 metal sticks from nowhere and smashed them on his head without hesitation. Thud! Yun Nuashing was stunned by the determination and the sound. In the next second, the two of them were lying on the side, peacefully, leaving only the other one. Since there was a Leda, this should be Lei too. He glanced at Lei too and smiled faintly. Then, "I'll have to trouble you." Lei too's face turned green. "Trouble you." Could it be that he meant trouble you to do it yourself? Looking at his grin, if he didn't do it himself, someone else might do it. "Understood. Give me a moment, I'll get something hard. I'm asking you to carry them back." Yun Nuashing roared at Lei too directly, causing the latter to be stunned. "Do you want me to do it for these non-recyclable trash?" "There's only one outcome if I do it." "You understood. I'll do it." Lei too nodded immediately and carried Leda up in a panic. Then he picked up all the survivors from the third team. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and saw that he was still glaring at him ferociously. He shuddered and ran away immediately. "By the way, tell your people, don't do things more than 3 times. I'll let it go the second time, but if it happens again, I'll take it as a declaration of war. By then, don't blame me for using any method. Remember, I can use any method." The demonic voice lingered in his ears for a while. Lei too did not even dare to turn his head back, so the demonic voice made him run even faster. Watching the group of people leave, Yun Nuashing waved her hand to recover the rampaging energy nearby. She let out a long sigh. "What a mess! They came to me one after another. I was already upset from the powerful spiritual attack this afternoon. Tonight, I've been killing less people recently, so I'm not as agile as before. I'm soft-hearted now." Lei Hua came out immediately when she returned to the open space. She could not help but sigh in relief when she saw that nobody was around. She looked at Yun Nuashing, who was still slightly upset. "Hey, are you okay?" "It's not a big problem, I'm fine." Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief and shook her head. "But now, I've been completely treated as your partner." Lei Hua bit her lip softly and bowed deeply at Yun Nuashing. "Sorry for the trouble. You don't have to do this." Yun Nuashing sighed again and waved her hand to lift her up. "I was the one who asked Jing Yuanji to bring you back in the first place. Since that's the case, I naturally have to help you to the end. It's not too troublesome, anyway." He paused for a moment and thought about what happened today. His face twitched slightly. "It's just a little annoying. So, what happened to you that made so many people come looking for you? I don't believe that everyone in the Primitive Thunder sect is stupid, unless they're all in cahoots. Everyone is blind." Lei Hua smiled bitterly. Anyone with a brain and eyes would be able to figure out what happened. Regardless of the cause and effect, if she really took away the secret treasure, why would they only send people of this level to catch her? They would at least send intermediate and advanced heavenly gods of origin. Perhaps even the sect master of the Primitive Thunder sect would come personally. She's just a little girl who doesn't get along well with others. Because she looks a little annoying, she made others lose face. Gradually, she became like this. Lei Hua shook her head, helplessly. She looked very relaxed when she said it. But what was she thinking in her heart? She must be very sad. Looking at her gloomy face, Yun Nuashing thought so. However, this kind of thing was not rare at all. In fact, it was all too common. This kind of thing would happen in all the way from the mortal realm to the rebirth realm. Wherever there were people, this kind of thing would happen. It was within his expectations and common sense. But it was not interesting at all. After rounding up and rounding up, good heavens, he had wasted almost an entire day. Let's find some time to get rid of the primitive thunder sect. Yun Nuashing sighed. Forget it. That would waste even more time. Lei Hua. We're talking about destroying the world. Chapter 1611. So, we went out for less than a day. What did you do? When Hui and the other two returned to the forest clearing, it was already the next day when the sun was high up in the sky. At first, they thought that they had gone to the wrong place, but there was no mistaking the conspicuous big tree and the 4 simple houses under the big tree. They set off from here and went in 3 different directions to investigate. Thinking back, when they left, it was an open space surrounded by infinite greenery and vitality. The air was fresh, and a breath could refresh and cleanse the lungs and prolong one's life. There was no accumulation of fatigue at all. The open space that suddenly appeared in the forest was like a secluded mountain forest. When they walked to the open space and looked around, they could only see dense ancient trees in all directions. Now, only less than a day had passed. This was an open space. The open space was still an open space, but the open space had expanded from 100 meters to more than 300 meters. The water from the big river had flowed in because a piece of the ground near here had been dug out, forming a small lake. At this moment, the culprit was sitting on the bare open space, sulking. She looked as if she had accumulated infinite pressure in her heart and wanted to slap someone's face with the origin energy at any time. Mindu couldn't help but take a few steps back and keep a respectful distance from her. Only Jing Yuanji and Hui leaned over without a care. Didn't I hear you say that there were guests last night? Why? Hui pointed stiffly at the expanded open space. Your way of treating guests has changed. Jing Yuanji squatted down and reached out to press Yun Nuashing's head. She said to Hui, maybe an uninvited guest? At this time, only Lei Hua's guests can find this place, right? That's expected. But there's another unexpected one. Hui looked at Yun Nuashing, who was still sulking with puffed cheeks, and suddenly said, I thought I would see a huge pit here when I came back. I didn't expect that it was just a piece of land that had been flattened. It's really amazing. Jing Yuanji. So, the so-called way of treating guests has changed. Not to use force, but the force is not strong enough. Is that what you mean? Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth and stared at Hui for a while. She sighed gloomily. I'm so gloomy that I don't have the strength to tear this place down. Forget it. Let's not talk about me first. He stood up, patted his robes, and sighed. How's the situation on your side? Have you confirmed and prepared? You can say that I've done all the preparations I can. Min walked up from the side when he saw that the situation was better. His gaze shifted to the inside of the house. Is there another person? Yes, he just came yesterday. He's a very mysterious person. He's also from the primitive thunder sect. As soon as he came, he wanted to die. I couldn't do anything to him. He hasn't woken up yet. Yun Nuashing nodded. After tidying up the things in the 4 houses and keeping the house, Jing Yuanji and Min went to look after Lei Hua and Lei Qing. Yun Nuashing continued to adjust her condition in the open space. Hui stood beside her to check on the condition of the origin energy crystal. From time to time, he would add something to it, borrowing the power and means of the guardian to slow down the energy shockwave that was about to occur. It was wishful thinking that it would not affect everyone at all. At most, it would reduce the amount of energy released as much as possible so that fewer people would be easily affected. Even if they were affected, they would not be melted instantly by the energy shockwave. After all, it was the origin energy. Using this energy to release a large-scale energy shockwave that was mixed with hundreds of different types of origin energy. Regardless of the size of the settlement, they had already applied enough energy defense. However, they were not from this world and could not mobilize the people of this world. They also did not have the time to inform the people wandering in the wilderness. Those who were included in the range could only pray that they would not be burned to ashes by the origin energy. Other than that, they could only hope that the rules of this world were strong enough to withstand such a scale of origin energy shockwave. Let's make a sound first, lest a group of people really die in vain. Hui sighed, and the power of his spirit surged. With him as the center, it burst out in an instant and spread out in all directions. In an instant, it covered a distance of millions of miles. A voice that penetrated the spirit rang out in the consciousness of countless people. Those who are wandering in the wilderness, the world is about to undergo a drastic change. Please return to the town gathering place as soon as possible to seek protection. I repeat, there will be danger in this world. Everyone must evacuate from the wilderness. The whisper that penetrated the soul was like a voice blindly comparing in the minds of others. Those who were not at a high enough level could not hear the beeping voice clearly. They would only feel that something was wrong, as if they were being hinted at. Those who could hear it clearly would be shocked. However, the spiritual power released by Yu Hui was more powerful and had to ensure that it could penetrate the souls of everyone. Therefore, those who could hear what he was saying would feel dizzy. However, it was not a big problem. As long as they could run, it would be fine. The main point was, would they run? To be honest, if a voice suddenly sounded in one's mind while walking on the street, it was estimated that 80% of them would think that it was an illusion. If they did not think that it was an illusion, they might feel that they were too tired or that they had gone crazy thinking about things. Anyway, not many people would take it seriously. After all, there was no warning in sight. If he suddenly made a sound, it was estimated that no one would listen to him. The situation in the area covered by the soul was indeed so. It caused a small commotion, and then gradually returned to normal. Hui could not stand it and made another sound. This time, there was a small commotion in the people who could hear it clearly. They left the wilderness with doubts. However, there were still some people who stubbornly sat in the same place and did not move. He could not care less about that. He had done his best. Hui, who was about to remind them again, suddenly saw Yin Nuashing open her eyes. Her body was rippling with surging energy. After he hurriedly shouted, he did not care about the follow-up situation. He looked at the latter and said, "Are you ready?" "I've adjusted my state. There's no problem." Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The depression in her heart was all suppressed. There were more important things to deal with. She did not want to think about those things that she could think about at any time. Taking the origin energy crystal from Huey's hand, Yin Nuashing's figure flashed and appeared thousands of feet high in the sky. The origin energy continuously surged out from her body. The 3 origin energy crystals on her body burst forth with aurora-like light, forming streamers made of light around her body. Her entire body turned into pure energy. The light was so bright that it seemed to have gathered all the colors in the world. The sky was about to be covered by the light of the origin energy. Jing Yuanji and the others who felt the movement quickly came to the open space. They looked up and saw a small, colorful star hanging in the sky. Min reacted. "Has it begun?" "Oh, it has begun. Don't run around. Stay within my range. You shouldn't be affected." Hui responded briskly. He looked back at the child whose face was haggard and wrinkled his face. "She's the child that Feng was talking about? It seems that even her soul is so tired that it's about to change shape. It's a wound to the heart. External means probably won't be able to wake her up." Jing Yuanji whispered. She and Min had just checked on the girl's condition and felt that it was more serious than what Feng had said. Her own flame of life was very weak, but she was still an Empyrean god of origin. If she sought death by letting go of her obsession to live, the flame of her soul would not be extinguished. She was not an ordinary mortal. If her heart died, she would be depressed to the point of death. The life force of an Empyrean god of origin was monstrous. That being said, Lei Qing's condition was indeed not good. Jing Yuanji shook her head and put that aside. She looked up at the colorful star that was gradually shrinking and sent a prayer and blessing. Under their gazes, the star's outer light dimmed slightly, but its core became brighter. It was so bright that it was almost like a star that appeared close to them. There was a concept of infinite energy coming from there. The space and void began to tremble and distort. The sky also showed signs of dimming. At first glance, it seemed that the energy of the entire world and void was being sucked away. "It's here," Hui muttered. He waved his hand and took out a large golden shield. He opened the guardian barrier and covered the group behind him. Jing Yuanji and Min protected Lei Hua and Lei Qing in the center. They also put up their own energy barriers. When the core of the star brightened to a certain extent, it seemed to tremble slightly. Even the void and space around it trembled, showing an unstable state. Then, half a minute later, it began to expand. The ripples of the origin energy pressed down from the sky. Hui felt that the guardian barrier had already touched the ripples. The destructive power was weak, but even so, when pure energy gathered to a certain extent, it was destructive. Even if they did not inject their destructive thoughts, it was enough to cause considerable damage to the space of the mortal realm. Hum! Boom! The humming sound of energy gathering came from the sky. The sky was very dark. When the humming sound reached its sharpest point, an earth-shattering explosion of energy suddenly spread across the world. It was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had struck down at the same time. The colorful star suddenly spewed out a twisted spiral of energy light beam into the sky. The light beam stopped when it reached a certain height in the sky. The plane that the light beam touched slowed down for 2 or 3 seconds. Suddenly, there was a violent energy tremor. Huge and visible energy ripples suddenly burst out from the sky like an energy storm sweeping across the world. Now the coverage area is 1,000 miles. Everything is stable. Sure enough, the thing is no longer here. After the first wave of the energy storm passed, Hui immediately popped his head out from behind the shield. His shining golden eyes observed the movement of the world. As the origin energy swept across, many strange phenomena appeared in the space due to the excessive energy disturbance. There were clouds full of white light floating between the sky and the earth. Sometimes they twisted into a whirlpool, and sometimes they turned into clouds. Other than monitoring the range of the vision, he was also helping to put up the energy barrier. He was probably as busy as Yun Nuashing. "Feng, at this speed, don't be too fast. Just sweep it slowly." Jing Yuanji helped to stabilize the space swept by the impact. "The space here is not as hard as I thought. I'm afraid there will be an accident if the void is exposed." "It feels a little slow. Forget it." Yun Nuashing pursed her lips. The current speed was about 1,000 miles per second. Hui was not the only one who was monitoring the movement of the world. He was also monitoring the movement of the world. At present, the range of the energy shockwave had reached more than 30,000 miles. There were more than 100 types of origin energy sweeping back and forth in this space, including the sky above and the ground below. Even hidden spaces were dug out. Even so, there was no sign of the origin relic. Lord Hui, we have detected the movement of the origin energy. The city is not damaged at present, but the phenomenon is so vast that it has attracted the attention of many. Xing Lu's voice suddenly rang in Hui Meng's mind. They had already swept all the way to the cloud steppe continent. Moreover, he had already explained the situation to them last night. Right now, they seem to be helping to defend some cities. There are people who did not evacuate in the wastelands. Although they are being pressed to the ground by the origin energy, their lives are not in danger for the time being. The ground is cracking, and the phenomenon in the sky is so vast that it will probably cause a panic. We could not help but look up in response, and then paused for a moment. The phenomenon in the sky, the clouds and vortexes formed by dense energy, were wantonly churning in the sky, transforming into many strange things. It was as if 100 ghosts were roaming at night, 10,000 beasts were howling, and a group of demons were dancing wildly. No wonder it was said to be vast. Those things are probably some kind of mark within the origin energy that was accidentally activated by Maple. That is why such a phenomenon that really gave me a fright. The coverage area has already reached 70,000 kilometers. The current situation is still stable and we can still withstand it. However, some problems are gradually occurring in other places. There's a bit of commotion in Sand City. It seems that some people are planning to come out. Whether it's this degree of phenomenon, the sudden appearance of an unknown energy barrier, or the warning I just gave, some people have noticed that something is wrong. Hui murmured to himself and then sighed softly. It was better to get a result as soon as possible before someone came to cause trouble. This level of energy turbulence could not stop the origin god. It is almost 90,000 miles. Jing Yuanji frowned slightly. There is still no result at this time. Could it be that the thing Lord Feng accidentally picked up is Lord Feng? A powerful origin energy riot has appeared in the southwest of the steppe cloud continent. It looks like an origin remnant. Holy shit. Requesting WTF. Suddenly, an overly exaggerated scream caused Yun Nuashing to widen his eyes. The complete transmission of the information was less than half a second away. In an instant, he stopped sweeping the origin energy, waved at Hui Meng, and took the lead to rush out. Let's go. Let's go. 90,000 li away, Huang Yi was standing guard in the southwest of the central region of the Cloud Buyun continent according to Sir Huey's instructions. Because of the importance of this matter, the task of dismantling the monarch palace's sub-palaces was temporarily put on hold. Everyone gathered in the Cloud Buyun continent and stood guard in all directions. Every 10 or 20,000 li, one person was assigned to monitor the situation. Although they were carefully monitoring the situation, Huang Yi didn't think that such a big matter would fall on his head. Therefore, when that misty energy fluctuation appeared in front of him, he only slightly raised his spirit and maintained his soul communication. He quietly waited for that energy fluctuation to sweep over. The originally clear sky suddenly turned into a misty state. Huang Yi, who was thinking that nothing was wrong, suddenly felt that something was wrong with the mountain he was sitting on. He felt a little startled and quickly lowered his head. The mountain suddenly trembled violently. He thought that it was just an energy turbulence, so he did not pay much attention to it. It was only until a dazzling red light burst out from the cracks in the mountain that his heart thumped. This time he had hit the jackpot. Huang Yi didn't have time to think too much and immediately reported through his soul. Halfway through his report, that crimson radiance blossomed abnormally. It was as though there was a star hidden inside this huge mountain, and it was releasing its radiance. Then he was sent flying by a surge of origin energy. While flying, he couldn't help but curse. So, this is the reason why your body is burnt brown, your clothes are tattered, and your hair is burnt. When Hui arrived, Huang Yi had just climbed up from the ground. His face was covered in dust, and he had a huge afro. Smoke was still coming out of his mouth. Hearing Lord Huey's words, he could not help but bitterly smile. From the looks of it, it seems to be a fire attribute. Very obvious. Hui nodded and turned his gaze. With a point as the core in the sky, 3 crooked fire tornadoes extended out and fell to the ground. The blazing fire tornadoes with blazing red light sprinkled all over the world. The earth skipped the process of being ignited and turned into a piece of coal directly. The dark clouds shrouding the sky were like heavy smoke gathered by the burning fireworks. Originally, there was a river in the distance, but now there was only a river meandering into the mountains. Everything was in an abnormal state in this extreme heat. Even Lei Hua, who was protected by Hui and the others, could not help but stick out his tongue, sweating all over because of the heat. Looking at this momentum, it should be the origin energy that Maple has not mastered. Hui braved the heat wave that swept over like a storm. He could only feel that his face was being dried up. In the sky where the 3 fire tornadoes converged, there was a shining spot of extremely hot light that was violently erupting energy. It was as if a sun had appeared here, and at this level it was more violent than the previous 2 riots they encountered. As expected of fire, it was really violent. What is this? Is that thing going to explode? Lei Hua tried her best to squint her eyes, but she could only see the red light through a slit. Even so, she was almost blinded by the light, and tears streamed down her face. A ray of fire squeezed out from the dense firestorm and sprinkled onto the ashes. A ray of light fell on her body, and she instantly felt a searing heat that pierced into her soul. She cried out in alarm, "It's burning! It's burning!" Min hurriedly used the power of the void to cover the unlucky child. High-tier celestial cannot withstand this kind of purgatory. Let's not talk about her. Even I feel that my mouth is dry now. Hui smiled bitterly and pulled at his lapel to fan himself. He looked back into the distance and could not help but frown. The speed of the heat spreading is too fast. If this continues, the radius of 10,000 miles will be burned to charcoal. Maple, how are you? Yun Nuoxing's voice came after a few seconds, and she sounded a little annoyed. Fan the flames. What? Speak human language. The wind chime that I collected earlier is now blowing in the flames. Hot, 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 hot. I'm going to become a dried, salted fish. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Everyone. Well, this was really fanning the flames, and it was fanning the flames with the help of 2 primordial relics. This made them a little dumbfounded. They did not expect that when collecting the primordial relics, the ones that had already been collected would also come out to cause trouble. However, they did not see anything happen to the jade statue before. They did not understand. For now, they should just throw this matter to the guy who was suffering in the center of the purgatory. Hearing that he could still cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf, there should be no problem, right? Lord Hui, the outer barrier can't hold on any longer. The purgatory is about to spread to the outside of a city. The ground here has already turned into magma. A voice sounded in their souls. It was one of the Celestial Realm's warriors who were helping to guard the place. Is there anyone who can come and help? Get ready. I'm going to release a ray of energy. This guy has a bad temper when he wakes up. If I don't release some energy, he won't calm down. F***CK. This time, everyone, including Hui, exclaimed in unison. Hui turned pale with fright and hurriedly led his people to retreat. Everyone get ready. Form a defensive formation. Guardian barrier, defense. Golden light burst out from the ground. When everyone was ready to resist part of the impact, the smoke and clouds in the sky were swept away by a storm. The fire tornado also disappeared suddenly. Under the clear sky, a violent heat was brewing wildly in the place where the red light shone. Everyone felt the energy that made the space lose its balance and tremble. Their faces turned pale. A low buzzing sound came from the sky, accompanied by bubbling sounds and low rumbling sounds of thunder. It sounded like, well, it was a bit like the sun had a stomachache. Wait, the sun? Hui raised his head and looked at the place where Yun Nuoxing was. The distorted space suddenly trembled, and the entire space within a radius of 100 miles showed signs of collapsing. Then, in the next second, a bright light burst out. With this momentum and this movement, there was no need to be afraid. It was definitely going to explode, and it was going to be an explosion like the one in Genesis. F***CK, it's an energy nova. Full defense. It's hot. This earth-shattering movement made Huey's voice change. With a loud buzzing sound, two scorching streams of light suddenly burst out from the point where the space collapsed. It was like a pillar of fire shooting into the sky, illuminating the entire cloud continent. Chapter 1612. Monstrous flames suddenly exploded like the flames of hell, running through the world and blurring the concept of space. Everyone on the cloud continent who noticed the bright, white light only felt that time and space were collapsing towards the place where the white light exploded. This lasted for a short second, and then the destructive flames erupted, followed by the shock wave. It was really visible to the naked eye that the space and void were collapsing layer by layer. However, what everyone was worried about didn't happen. The world-destroying flames didn't sweep across the land with the invisible shock wave. There was a golden barrier that blocked everything from the eruption of energy. The heat and shock wave that could melt the world were all sealed inside the golden barrier. The inside of the barrier was filled with light, and no one could see what was going on inside. The earth-shattering commotion naturally attracted the attention of countless people. However, just the thought of going over to watch the commotion caused their souls to heat up. It was as if there was some kind of taboo that prevented them from going over. Among them, there was no lack of high-tier, heavenly origin gods who felt this. As a result, the entire cloud continent appeared to have a tacit understanding. No matter where one was, one could see the region of raging flames. However, everyone was only looking from afar. Not a single person actually planned to go over there. Under such circumstances, they could only move their lips and talk. This commotion, it's an ancient relic, right? Moreover, it should be a relatively powerful ancient relic. If flames of this level spread, the entire cloud continent would become a purgatory. Even the heavenly origin gods would have to retreat. I wonder which powerful force suppressed the spreading disaster. However, it shouldn't be someone from Ice Realm. It also doesn't seem to be one of the superpowers that exist on the cloud continent. Could it be one of those hidden? As soon as these words came out, many people unanimously denied it. Even if they lived in seclusion, they had already reached this level. No matter how secluded they were, it was impossible for them to completely hide, unless they lived in a spatial world that was completely self-sufficient and didn't need to have any contact with the outside world. However, at this time, many of the superpowers on the cloud continent had also changed from seclusion to a state of seclusion. Everyone had to come out and do something, right? In other words, there was no such thing as a hermit staying in a spatial world forever. The possibility of a hidden force was very low. However, at this moment, nobody could say anything about this group of people that had suddenly appeared. It would be great if I could get closer to take a look. Don't even think about it. Just by looking at it with my eyes, I can feel a scorching sensation coming from my soul. If I really get close, I'm afraid I'll be burnt to a crisp. That's right. If we get closer, we'll be able to see more of the situation. What if those people from the outer realms don't belong to the cloud continent? They can't wait for the cloud continent to fall into chaos. Why would they need to suppress the energy? Do they have nothing better to do? That's true. There were also people who were worried. This was a very normal phenomenon. If they found out that there was a peak origin existence living next to their house and heard a sudden cracking sound from their neighbor in the middle of the night, they would probably want to pack up and leave. Who knew what this annoying neighbor was doing? If he accidentally buried them with their houses, they wouldn't even need a coffin. After the scorching energy storm passed through the golden barrier, it turned into a scorching storm and spread to the outside world. The people in a city thousands of kilometers away could predict that it would become very hot in the next few days. Even before the fierce wind blew over, they could already feel the heat. After the light there bloomed a few more times, the area finally calmed down. There was no more violent movement. However, the situation inside was completely covered by white mist. If the mist drifted out, it would probably turn the ground into a sea of lava again. Oh, speaking of lava, the ground that had turned into lava had almost spread to the foot of the city. The environment outside the city had become a little worse. But compared to the situation closer to the city, This place was just a small purgatory. It stopped. Everyone observed the situation and couldn't help but murmur softly. Some people looked at each other and wanted to take a look, but they didn't dare to move immediately. After hesitating for a long time, they didn't move in the end. Only a few people who weren't afraid of death went there, but they didn't go too far before they screamed, "It's hot!" and hurriedly turned around and ran back. This made even more people who were ready to take action forcibly suppress the curiosity in their hearts at the center of the energy nova. The temperature was comparable to that of the core of a giant sun. Hui blinked his eyes and hurriedly blew a breath of air to blow away the white mist. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Looking to his side, he saw that Jing Yuanji and the others were still fine. Lei Hua and the others were fine except for sweating profusely from the heat. He was relieved. Report the situation to each team. Is everyone okay? Although he felt that everyone was fine, he still wanted to confirm it for the time being. After receiving a reply from a group of people who were hovering between life and death from the heat in their souls, Hui smiled bitterly and nodded. They were fine, but this group of energy life forms was about to melt in this extremely hot temperature. He was so hot that he was emitting white smoke. If he didn't need to use the guardian shield in his hand to support the guardian barrier that covered an area, he would have put it away long ago. It was too hot to handle. Phone! Phone, where are you? The only one who could not confirm the situation was the worrisome observer. He was at the center of the energy nova just now and was caught in the largest energy explosion. Now, there was no news of him at all. Only the feeling in his soul proved that he was still alive, but no one knew what kind of condition he was in. But even if he was strong in that level of energy nova, he would not be unscathed. Hui and Jing Yuanji waited quietly for a while, but did not hear any response. They did not feel any form of response. The latter was a little panicked. She waved her hand gently and hurriedly blew all the white mist in her sight to the edge. Her soul also immediately spread out in all directions. Hui also hurriedly told the others about the current situation. The guy might have been blown away by the energy nova, but he should not be blown away. He did not feel the guardian barrier being penetrated. Lord Feng! Jing Yuanji came to the place where Yun Nuoxing had collected the origin relic. There was still a large amount of light left there, and it was still very hot. Just entering here, her energy barrier was constantly emitting light and ripples, maintaining a certain degree of defense. But there was no handsome figure here. Even his breath did not exist here, which made her panic. The panic did not last long. She had experienced this kind of situation many times, so she quickly calmed down. It only took 5 seconds to prepare for a large-scale spatial oscillation. Combined with the power of her soul, even if Lord Feng was only left with a wisp of his soul floating in this space, she could still find him. Just as Jing Yuanji was about to accumulate energy to make a move, a ball of light suddenly fell from above, startling her. It was a ball of energy that blended several colors. It was only the size of a fist, and it still retained an extremely hot temperature. The space near it had a feeling of melting and distortion. Jing Yuanji thought it was the origin relic and could not help but reach out to catch it. Is it Lord Feng? I don't think so. Feeling that Jing Yuanji's action was a little strange, Hui quickly leaned over. But when he saw that she was holding a ball in her hand and did not find Lord Feng, he let out a long sigh. It's probably something else. Let's not talk about this first. Let's find that idiot first. He was about to turn his head and run to other places to look for it when the ball of light suddenly released a faint light and trembled slightly. It seemed that something was struggling to emerge from inside, making Hui and Jing Yuanji both stunned. After looking at each other, they took a little time out of their busy schedule to look at the ball of light. They did not wait long. After about 20 seconds, the gently trembling ball of light suddenly jumped from Jing Yuanji's hand, fell back into her palm, and quickly changed shape. After a while, it became a human figure cast by the light. It was a small, cute little person with a big head and a small body, only 3 inches tall. Wow, it's so hot. I thought I was going to be burned to death. The light quickly dimmed, and at the same time, a sharp and childish voice came out from it, making Hui and Jing Yuanji's expression stiffen. This voice, although the tone has changed, it can't be wrong. This voice, when all the light dimmed, the figure of the little person, only 3 inches tall, also completely emerged. It was a miniature version of Yun Nuoxing, but looking at him scratching his head in distress. This guy was quite cute. Yun Nuoxing also noticed his situation and tried to look up at Jing Yuanji. After a while, perhaps feeling uncomfortable, he jumped up from Jing Yuanji's hand and landed on her head, then muttered, "It's too uncomfortable. This is the most uncomfortable time I've been in hundreds of millions of years. That day when I killed that Qing something guy, or the battle with Long Sky, I wasn't in such a sorry state." Hui stared at the little person lying on Jing Yuanji's head in a daze for a while. He could not help but burst out laughing, and his tense face suddenly collapsed. "What are you laughing at?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and looked down at his cute self. He could not help but sigh. Well, after all, he was the one who put himself in such a sorry state. There was nothing he could do about being laughed at. Ahem. No, it's just that my mouth twitched. Hui laughed dryly and kept looking at the little person. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's body seemed to have more. It did not appear, and the appearance did not change. The crystallized hands, wings, and pauldrons were all there. It seemed that there was nothing extra. "What's your new equipment?" Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He glared fiercely at him and bared his teeth at him, who knew that this form was so cute that Hui couldn't feel any majesty. He smiled and watched him bare his fangs and brandish his claws. If he hadn't landed on Jing Yuanji's head, he would have reached out and grabbed him. "So what's your new equipment?" Yun Nuoxing glared at him again and stood up shyly. He lifted his robe and raised his leg towards him. He resisted the shame in his heart and said stiffly, "Crystallized leg guard, right?" "Oh." Hui almost burst out laughing again. He forced himself to squeeze out an "oh." This was the name given by the little girl Siu. This guy was so embarrassed that he couldn't stand it, but he still forced himself to say it. It was really hard on him. Yun Nuoxing floated to the side and waved his hand to condense the origin energy. The light shone, and something shrouded in white light appeared out of thin air. After a while, it appeared from his body and fell into the space. Jing Yuanji and Hui both leaned over to look at that. Huge. It was a little huge for the current Yun Nuoxing. It was a 1/2-foot tall, 3-legged incense burner. Its whole body was also white, jade-like in texture and color. Its legs were a little short, and its style looked like a handheld stove. However, there was no handheld part, and it had legs, so it should be an incense burner. In the center of the incense burner, there was a ball of blazing red light. It was the origin energy that had just wreaked havoc here. Yun Nuoxing hugged the incense burner that was huge for him with both hands. His whole body was pressed against it, and his face was squeezed by the protruding, curved part of the incense burner. "Here, this is it. Put it in front of the house to burn incense, or put it in the house to burn incense." Hui. Speaking of which, it was a little regrettable. He did not know why the origin, heavenly god, and the others had to make their relics like this. Not to say that it was all over the street, but it was still a common household item. It could not be that there was an armchair, a rattan chair, a bed, a mat, and so on. Then the illusion that they had of that group of people would be shattered to pieces. But now there were actually cracks in it. There was a jade carving in front, a wind chime behind, and then a potted plant. Now there was an incense burner. Then would they be able to get a tea set? Or pots and pans? Yun Nuoxing put away the incense burner and saw Huey's strange gaze. He could not help but be startled. "I feel that you are thinking of something even more impolite than I thought." Hui smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. "I was just guessing what equipment and household items you would get next time. Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and he rolled his eyes. In short, the situation here was over. Hui casually decorated the scene to look as tragic as a planet crashing into the earth. He waved his hand and dismissed everyone, telling them to do what they had to do before. Then he left with Yun Nuashing and the others. What happened here could not be hidden no matter what. Before the commotion completely dissipated and people came to spy on them, it was better to leave first. My energy is completely depleted. I need a long time to slowly recuperate. When they left, Yun Nuashing gave a unified answer to Hui and the others' collective concern. There is no danger. I just need half a day to properly recuperate. Half a day? Hui continued to look at him with a strange gaze. You are already like this, and you only need half a day to recover? Are you sure you don't need to lie in bed for a while? Yun Nuashing shook his head and pulled Jing Yuanji's long hair. The origin energy crystal is accelerating my recovery, so I only need half a day. After half a day, I can continue. As he spoke, he showed an expression of lingering fear. Well, I think it is better to rest for a day. Hui and the others responded with a bitter smile. Yun Nuashing was the only exception. His energy was completely depleted, and the activity of his soul and spirit had been reduced to the lowest level. He was basically in a situation where he was completely hollowed out. He could still maintain a normal state and chat here after being toyed with by the origin energy. If it was anyone else, they would have been lying down already. As they had not finished inspecting the cloud land, they did not leave the land after some thought. Instead, they found a quiet place near the center and settled down. That was their original plan, but they did not expect there to be a city right in the center. It was said to be on the same level as Yangtian City and was similar to a holy city. It controlled the main roads and was the most prosperous city within 1,000,000 miles. In a nutshell, there were many people and noisy. Just like Yangtian City, Ascending Cloud City was a perfect match for the name of the Cloudland. Just like Yangtian City, all the different races settled down here and had their own businesses. The range of the heavenly anomaly just now had also enveloped Ascending Cloud City. In addition, the location of the origin relic explosion wasn't too far away. Furthermore, this was the center of the Cloudland, a holy city. Although the earthquake had passed, the storm didn't seem to be stopping at all. In this place with so many people talking, it seemed like it was still brewing and preparing to turn the storm into a new one before smashing into other places. As for the culprits, they were currently listening to other people arguing about two things in the city while looking for a place to settle down. Along the way, the culprits who were listening to other people's arguments all had strange expressions as they looked at each other in dismay. In particular, there was someone who connected the incident in Yangtian City to what had just happened, saying that it was time for the ancient relics to be collectively agitated again. In short, the various forces were just stirring up people's hearts. Although they didn't know what they were after, they couldn't help but want to laugh out loud when they heard it. They didn't expect that the huge commotion they caused on the cloud continent could be used as an article by others. But thinking about it, it's true. After all, it's a specialty of the cloud continent, just like our home. If a guy suddenly appeared and caused trouble all over the world, it would probably be the same situation. But because we're here, it won't become too serious, Hui said. Yun Nuashing popped her head out of Jing Yuanji's pocket and said, "Why do I feel like you're hinting at someone?" "Oh well, Xing LV, who is billions of miles away. Achoo! Why do I feel like I'm being nagged again?" Xing LV scratched his head blankly. Hui laughed dryly and waved his hand at Yun Nuashing in his soul. No, I'm not thinking of anything. But that guy can't run away from the trouble he caused. Didn't you think of that guy too? Because he left a deep impression, and he might have to return to the realm of the gods to be busy for a while after this, Yun Nuashing said bluntly. Catch a coolie? Hui laughed sinisterly. It's a very important thing. It's part of the plan. Yun Nuashing shook her head. It's something that only he can do. Only he. Hui was stunned for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized something and nodded. I think I know what you're talking about, but I'll wait for you to tell him yourself when the time comes. While chatting, they found a relatively quiet place. However, because the commotion had just passed, it was not really quiet. It was just a little better than the other places in Ascending Cloud City. Yun Nuashing and the others did not mind. They just found a place to rest for a while. Due to the strange problem with the previous intelligence report, Hui intended to collect information again. This time, he left Jing Yuanji to take care of Yun Nuashing while he and Min searched for any information related to the Relic of Origins. In the current situation, it was not particularly difficult to collect information about the Relic of Origins. It was to the extent that they would talk about it when eating and drinking. Moreover, information big and small was flying all over the world, so it was not difficult to collect information. The difficult part was to distinguish and obtain useful information. After Lei Hua settled Lei Qing down, he walked to the living room of the temporarily rented mansion. When he heard the conversation between Jing Yuanji and Yun Nuashing, he felt a little curious. Are you looking for the Relic of Origins? Yun Nuashing and Min Yu turned around. Only then did they remember that they had brought these two girls over. However, it was not troublesome. There was no harm in telling them. Perhaps one more person would be able to obtain more information. Jing Yuanji nodded and held the small Yun Nuashing in her hands. She looked at Lei Hua and asked, And do you have any leads? Lei Hua frowned. Faint red lightning flashed in his eyes. In the cloud steppe continent, right now, the only relic of origins that is still clearly in possession is probably the Flying Feather Embrace. Flying Feather Embrace? Seeing the confusion in the two's eyes, Lei Hua could not help but smile bitterly. He crossed his arms and explained, It is a super force like the Thunder Origin sect. However, the Thunder Origin sect is in the open cloud realm, and the Flying Feather Embrace is in the cloud steppe continent. If you have a way to safely take away the Relic of Origins, perhaps you can talk to them. You. Oh, you're not. Does the Thunder Origin sect also have Relic of Origins? Yun Nuashing asked. There used to be one, but it has already broken the seal and flown away. When that Relic of Origins left, it destroyed the Thunder Origin sect. Lei Hua shook his head and revealed a thoughtful expression. I remember that it was something that happened several 100,000 years ago. I was still at the scene. I was far away from the sect's forbidden area, so I was not affected. As for the rest, Lei Hua shook his head, indicating that he did not know any more. Jing Yuanji pondered for a moment and said, That's right, the appearance of the Relic of Origins is mostly some small decorative items. Jade carvings, wind chimes, potted plants, and incense burners. These are the Relic of Origins that we have seen so far. This is too. Hearing these similarities, even Lei Hua could not help but have a strange expression. Fortunately, Jing Yuanji mentioned the characteristics of the Relic of Origins. She seemed to have recalled something and sat on the chair for a long time before saying, If that's the case, I remember that there was such an item in Ascending Cloud City. It seemed to be a small item that was not very eye-catching, but it had a situation that made it difficult for everyone to analyze. Because there was no harm in it, it was put aside. Which force does it belong to? Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji both became a little more spirited and hurriedly asked. N. Ascending Cloud City. Lei Hua held his forehead and tried hard to recall. It's Ascending Cloud City. Feng, I've inquired about a piece of news. If the situation is correct, then it should be an origin relic, because it is in someone else's home. The process of obtaining it may be a little troublesome. You should be prepared. Ahaha. Before Lei Hua could think of an answer, Hui let out a chilling laugh, causing Yun Nuashing to tremble all over. So who is it? Hui grinned maliciously. At this moment, Lei Hua also seemed to have remembered something. Then the two of them, one in front of the other in front of his face and the other in his soul, said in unison, Buyin Academy. Hui roared with laughter. Go to school. Yun Nuashing. Chapter 1613. It was as if Yun Nuashing had been struck by a thunderbolt, turning him brown from the inside out, and emitting the smell of burnt meat from his soul. Bu Yun Academy. It sounds like a place to teach and educate people. Damn it, he was at the pinnacle of origin and could be considered half a primeval divine envoy. Now he had to go to an academy to study? Damn it, when was the last time he went to school? It seemed to be when he was in the Far Light Academy. He went to the spiritual light tower to do that thing for the celestial test. In the end, the celestial luck from the celestial test was basically useless. Even the divine flame from the celestial test was basically useless, so this thing was basically put aside. His mind was full of nonsense. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said to Hui in his soul with a dark expression, "I might not have understood just now. Could you please say it again?" The Bu Yun Academy has a long history. And it can be considered a super force according to the ranking of forces. However, they don't expand and only focus on teaching and educating people. In history, there were several people who came out of the academy who became famous in the Cloud Continent. Even in the lower continent, their names can be heard. In short, it's this academy. It's said that there's a little toy that can be used at home in the academy, but the main point isn't the main point. The main point is that when a god examined it, he found that the little toy couldn't be analyzed. If he tried to use a little force, he would encounter a strong resistance. Then, because it was useless, it was put aside. Now it's been sitting in the academy and gathering dust. In short, it's like this. Yun Nuashing stared at Hui and gnashed his teeth. He said fiercely with an unyielding attitude, "I'm not going. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Besides, even if this item is placed in the academy, there are other ways to get it, right? I can just use a void leap and rush to their faces to negotiate with them on what conditions to exchange for it, right? If not, well, I can just barge in and snatch the things and run away. Is there a need to make things so complicated?" Yeah, and then we caught the attention of a new force. Maple. Now that we're sneaking around the Cloud Continent, we don't want to be too conspicuous, right? Even though we've already been conspicuous twice before. Hui crossed his arms and nodded. Also, attracting aggro is our innate skill. You can't just use taunt. Also, we need to collect information. You also need to spend some time to recover from that. Mingming's condition. Therefore, you can walk around the academy quietly. You can enter and leave at the speed of light. There won't be any trouble at all. Wouldn't that be perfect? Hui gave Yun Nuashing a thumbs up. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was about to explode in anger, Hui couldn't help but grin. Besides, there's nothing wrong with going to school, right? Just take it as a rest. I'm really going to F*CKU. F*CKU. Take a break, I'll throw you downstairs. Ugh. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he was about to curse. Jing Yuanji quickly covered his mouth and looked at Hui with a bitter smile. Lord Hui, is there no other way? Yun Nuashing used all his strength to pull off the hand that was covering his mouth. He roared at Hui with awe-inspiring spirit. I'm telling you, there's nothing that can't be solved by an energy nova. Even if I, Fengling, die here, I'll cancel the mission and go home. I won't go to that cloud book. Ugh. Hui looked at Yun Nuashing, who was struggling in Jing Yuanji's arms, and couldn't help but laugh dryly. He whispered to Jing Yuanji, the Cloud Book Academy's own military strength is not small, but it's nothing to us. More importantly, they almost don't have any dealings with the super forces on the Cloud Continent, and they don't allow such forces to interfere with their academy. Otherwise, they will be seen as hostile. Their own strength is already considered good, but there are more forces hidden in the dark. For example, those guys who are famous in the Cloud Continent that I mentioned before. Some of them are still alone, but they are a huge force on their own. Some of them have formed their own forces and have a little connection with the Cloud Book Academy. They are all a force to be reckoned with at the critical moment. If we let Feng Ling act recklessly, it might evolve into a second 80,000-strong army repelling foreign invaders. Fengling will definitely be able to handle it here, but the operation after that will be more or less a little difficult. After all, the movement of subduing the origin relic is earth-shattering. Watching as Yin Nuashing panted and sat down beside Jing Yuanji after he had vented his anger, the brat was still stubborn even though he could barely stand it. Hui shook his head and continued to speak to Jing Yuanji. Also, look at him. I haven't seen Feng in such a sorry state for billions of years. Find an excuse to let him rest for a while, or he'll continue to use the origin energy to keep working the next day, and then make himself more and more miserable. Jing Yuanji nodded. That was true. The extent to which Fengling was forcing himself was the kind that would get more and more serious each time. Life, the creed of God, was to torture oneself to death. If one didn't torture oneself to death, continue to torture oneself until one was half dead. Well, in fact, with his current state, he was in a half-dead state. It was only because he was an energy life form that it couldn't be shown. At that thought, Jing Yuanji nodded and said to Yun Nuashing, Lord Feng, why don't you listen to Lord Hui? Just treat it as recuperating. The origin relic is placed all over the world and won't run away. You have plenty of time to get it. Yun Nuashing stared with his eyes wide open, pursed his lips, and muttered, I can recover in half a day. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? There's not much difference between fighting one more power or one more continent. No matter what I say, it's just... Jing Yuanji covered Yun Nuashing's mouth again, raised her head slightly, smiled sweetly at him, and nodded. All right, Lord Feng. There's no problem in letting you fight another continent, but it'll save you the trouble at this time. If you attract a bunch of enemies, the later operations will be even more troublesome. Yun Nuashing's face was gloomy and uncertain. He was mumbling something that couldn't be heard clearly. His face was full of depression. It seemed that he had thought it through, but the suction force was still half unwilling. So even if he had accepted his fate, he couldn't help but grumble and grumble. He turned around and left the spiritual space. Although he didn't promise or agree to anything, we felt that this irritable little kitten had already accepted it. No matter how irritable he was, he wouldn't mess around. So he didn't bother with him and let him sulk on his own. After a while, he would be fine. They were all guys who knew right from wrong. But that guy was a little stubborn. Jing Yuanji's expression suddenly changed. She couldn't help but laugh. Lord Feng ran to the side and drew circles. He got into a fight. Why does that guy have such a big grudge against the academy? Hui smiled bitterly when he heard this. I don't know. Maybe something happened in the past. Then I'll leave Feng to you. We'll speed up the sorting and collection of information on our side. No matter how bad it is, we'll also prepare defenses for each city to avoid causing irreparable damage to the Cloud Continent. Hui spread out his hands. His words had not changed. No matter how small the furniture looked, they were still the remnants of the heavenly gods of origin. They had left behind their energy and their aura. No matter which world it was placed in, it would be a world-destroying disaster. Only the Cloud Continent was so powerful. It was rare that the origin relics that had been tossed around for hundreds of millions of years had not all ascended. It was rare. By the way, we still have to spend some time on a simpler method. We can't just rely on Feng to sense with the energy of origin. I think there should be other ways to detect the location of the relics of origin without stimulating them. Even if it's just a vague place, it's fine. Hui waved his hand and shook his head. But that's just what I said. It's still quite troublesome to do it. Let's discuss it with Feng after he calms down. Jing Yuanji nodded. The two were silent for a while. Hui said, keep an eye on Feng. Then he floated away. This time, the soul communication ended. Huey's expression trembled slightly. He stood on the top of a tall building and turned his head to look at the north of ascending Cloud City. There was a huge complex of buildings built with white jade and blue bricks. They had a faint aura of shuttling back and forth in the long river of time. At a glance, one could see through the heavy aura of time. Although it was still too light compared to them, its appearance was a little simple and unadorned, but not to the point of being pedantic. A quarter of the north of Ascending Cloud City is the territory of the Buyun Academy, but this is only a part of the academy. Huey's eyes were shining with golden light. He seemed to have seen through some secrets hidden in the north of Ascending Cloud City. He could not help but show a strange smile. What's hidden there? The energy flow is a little interesting. If it were someone else, they might not have found it. It's even more exaggerated than the energy flow of the seal that once existed in the depths of the ice domain. It's curious. Hui let out a long breath and looked up at the sun. Well, I don't have to worry about that part of the matter. Anyway, with Feng's eyesight, I'm afraid he'll know something as soon as he enters. Although it's recommended that he quietly deal with the origin relic, this matter seems more interesting. Anyway, let's help Feng to get into the Buyun Academy first. But now is not the time to recruit students. The guardian stood on a tall building. The sun pulled his lonely shadow into a long line. His face was pale and a little stiff. What should I do? Yun Nuashing naturally did not know how Hui was struggling to find a way to get him into such a stubborn academy. Even if she knew, she would not be worried. There would always be a way. Moreover, it was that guy who started this mess. Let him worry about it. He only cared about the origin relic. The suspected ancient relic in the Buyun Academy should be placed in the Buxing Pavilion. At least when I left, it was still in the Buxing Pavilion. I don't know if it changed its position later. At this time, Lei Hua was telling Yun Nuashing about the ancient relic. The things stored in the Buyun Academy are for the students of the academy to exchange for themselves. It's a simple reward system. You need the Ascending Cloud token to exchange for things. You can get it in Ascending Cloud City or the Buyun Academy. In other words, the Buyun Academy and the Ascending Cloud City are one. Jing Yuanji asked. Yes, the biggest controller of the Ascending Cloud City is actually the dean of the Buyun Academy. Those who come out of the Buyun Academy will have more priority if they choose to stay in the Ascending Cloud City. This is because the Academy does not use the money and things like the Divine Origin coin from the outside. They only use the Ascending Cloud token. After leaving the Academy, they can exchange the remaining Ascending Cloud token for Divine Origin coins. It's more or less a small convenience for the students of the Buyun Academy. Lei Hua thought seriously and tried to explain things as clearly as possible. However, I have left the academy for a long time. I don't know if there are any changes in the academy. Jing Yuanji rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. Then she said that, what does the ancient relic look like? I'm talking about the suspected ancient relic. I remember it should be a candlestick and a candle that can't be lit. Lei Hua quickly responded. She had seen this thing before, and it left a deep impression on her. Whether it was the introduction of its unknown function or the Ascending Cloud token needed to exchange for it, it made people feel helpless. Candlestick. Jing Yuanji was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and rub her forehead. It seemed that there was no way to change the image and perception of the origin relic. Last time, it was an incense burner. This time it was a candlestick. She reckoned that Sir Huey's wish of collecting a tea set would come true one day. When that time came, using the origin relic to make tea, her thoughts went astray. Then again, it was probably because it was a candlestick that no one paid attention to it. In the evening, a sulking Yun Nuashing finally appeared in the living room. When Jing Yuanji felt the most familiar aura approaching, she subconsciously stood up and turned around. She was about to call out Sir Feng, but before the words came out of her mouth, she was stunned. After being stunned for a few seconds, it was replaced by a crisp and delicate laugh. Uffed! 2 blue veins popped out on Yun Nuashing's forehead. He jumped up and knocked on Jing Yuanji's head. He muttered unhappily, "What are you laughing at? How would I know it would turn out like this?" Jing Yuanji rubbed her head and spat. The person who appeared in front of her now was a little lowly less than one. 3 meters tall. Compared to her little elf appearance this morning, she had indeed recovered a little. However, she said that she would recover in half a day. In the end, she went from a 9-centimeter tall little lowly to 3 meters in half a day. Jing Yuanji couldn't hold back her laughter for a moment. Woo-woo, give me half a day. No, 1 day, at most 2 days, and I will return to my original appearance. Seeing how Jing Yuanji wanted to laugh but was forcefully holding it in, Yun Nuoxing had a stomach full of depression. He didn't know where the problem was. Good. My Sir Feng, you will recover in half a day. Jing Yuanji smiled as she hugged Yun Nuoxing in her arms. She tidied up his long hair that dragged on the floor, then looked at his overly gorgeous robe. But Sir Feng, you should change your clothes. And you should also cover the energy crystals on your body. I can't stop them. Those things are solidified on my body, but they are half-energy existences. If I don't give them a strong power of law, normal clothes won't be able to stop them. But who would be so free as to give normal clothes such a strong power of law? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and mumbled. Even his voice became delicate and shrill. It reminded him of when he first entered Little Divine Land in the 139th era and became a big lowly. However, the current situation was more serious, and he was even smaller than back then. While tidying up, Yun Nuoxing listened to Jing Yuanji talk about the information she heard from Lei Hua. Although he had already been appointed, when he thought about how he would probably enter that damned Buyun Academy tomorrow, his face didn't look much better. It alternated between green and white. Just thinking about it made him depressed. He couldn't control himself, and if he walked in like this, he would probably have to stay like this until the end. Just thinking about it made him even more depressed. He wanted to drag Hui out and beat him up. Haha, Feng, your resentment has been transmitted to me, but it's useless even if you complain. The fact that the origin relic is in Buyun Academy is an unchangeable fact. Are you going or not? Hui said with a smile. By the way, I've already taken care of this for you. You can go in tomorrow. Haha. Yun Nuoxing's face turned from green to purple and then to black. His pretty face was dyed with the colors of the aurora. Well, he hadn't fully recovered yet. At this moment, his control over his soul and spirit was still a little shaky, so he accidentally transmitted his thoughts to Hui. But this guy's ridicule was fine. In the end, he even left a string of laughter before swaggering away. It really made people want to leave a shoe print on his face. Not long after the sky turned completely dark, the lanterns in Ascending Cloud City were just lit up. Yun Nuoxing walked around in his temporary mansion uneasily and gloomily. He was like a child who couldn't sit up and sleep at night after hearing that he was going to go out to play the next day. His resentful sighs made people who passed by the mansion feel gloomy. It was also when he was casually walking around that he suddenly heard a sobbing sound coming from inside the room. Curiously, he followed the sound and pushed open the door to the guest room. He saw a haggard woman hugging a pillow and crying softly. Compared to his bitter sigh, this sobbing sound seemed to be the condensation of endless despair and unable to howl. It sounded a little gloomier, and he felt a little goosebumps. Yun Nuoxing heard about Lei Qing from Lei Hua and Jing Yuanji. However, Lei Hua himself didn't know the former completely. He couldn't tell what exactly happened to Lei Qing. He could only press the word miserable on Lei Qing's face. In addition, the face that should have shamed the moon and flowers was now in a mess. Looking at it made people feel pity. So much so that Yun Nuoxing, who was annoyed when he heard the crying, held his breath and didn't shout. He thought for a while and moved a stool to sit by the bed. He tried to stretch out his long hand and patted Lei Qing's head. All right, don't cry. Well, Yun Nuoxing originally wanted to say that, but he felt that if he said it now, it might have the opposite effect, so he didn't say it. He held his breath and stared at her in a daze without saying anything. Feeling the strange breath approaching her, Lei Qing lifted her pretty face from the pillow. Her face was even more haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen. Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. This is a little serious. Woo, why are you snoring? Not having a sandpit? The moment she opened her mouth, she spoke with a sobbing tone. Yun Nuashing felt awkward when he heard it. After a little effort, he understood what she was saying. Her pair of black eyes were originally dull. Now that they were filled with tears, they seemed to be shimmering. However, they really didn't look good. He sighed heavily and used the hand on her head to scratch it a few times. This little girl is crying all day long. What's wrong? Has your world completely collapsed? Or did you collapse your own world? Woo-woo, woo-woo, Lei Qing nodded with a sobbing tone. The tears that she flung out hit Yun Nuashing's face, causing his cheeks to jump. He took a new pillow from the side and replaced the one that was soaked with tears. He pressed it against her pretty face and sighed earnestly. It doesn't matter if the world is destroyed or the void is ended. You are still alive. It is said that there is hope as long as you are alive. You are just a little girl at your age. It doesn't matter if you are carrying the lives of others, the long-cherished wishes of others, or the hatred of others. Those should be the strength that promotes you to continue living, to continue walking, and not to be used to form a heavy shackle and drag yourself into the abyss. If you really care about them that you can't let go of, think about what they said. Do you want them to see you like this? You are torturing yourself by trapping yourself in the abyss like this. You think it is very fun, but what will they think? The low sobbing stopped abruptly, leaving only a weak sobbing sound. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and sighed in his heart. These words were more effective for people like Lei Qing, who cared deeply about the people in their hearts, but would not move forward because of this. Although the effect was immediate, the wound in her heart had existed for too long. Even if it was a new wound, it could not be healed in one go. Moreover, this wound had been open for so many years, and there was no sign of it healing. There was a course of treatment. It doesn't matter if you are unconvinced or angry in your heart. But if you are like this, you are sorry to everyone. The one who owes the most is yourself. You care about it, and you want to die, but you can't bear to die yourself. It is not fun to repeatedly jump on the edge of death. Lei Qing lifted her head gently from the pillow again. Her red eyes were still staring at Yun Nuashing blankly. Yun Nuashing also looked back at her. He thought that she would say something like, "What do you know about me?" But who knew that the first thing she said was, "You, Slurp, how did you become a child? Slurp? Slurp, little baby head, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Slurp, you can't grow up?" Yun Nuashing. It seemed that the effect of this treatment was a little too strong. It could only divert the little girl's attention a little. In short, he sat there for the whole night and did not leave. He continued to talk about life with a lecturer who was a divine incarnation. He talked about it from the beginning of the Deyuan realm until now. It made him feel like he was taking care of a little baby head who woke up crying in the middle of the night. Time passed quickly. The next day came quietly in Yun Nuashing's nagging. When he saw that the sky was bright and he noticed that Lei Qing had fallen asleep while using his small hand as a pillow, he suddenly remembered that something big was going to happen today. He was panicking. It was probably because he was too nervous that he nagged here for the whole night. Yun Nuashing stood up from the stool and stretched. He sighed deeply and said, "Sore throat. So what is the point of going to school? You can't expect me to go in and listen to them talk about different rules and different theories of cultivation, right? If you want to ask a heavenly god of the origin to come, I can still listen. Forget it. Anyway, let's clean up first." Chapter 16:14. The morning of the second day was still bright and clear. The cycle of the sun and moon was basically the same in every world. This refers to the normal world. Some worlds did not even have a sun, let alone a cycle. The morning sun crept towards the zenith, while nearly 70% of the people were asleep, announcing the change of time to the other part of the people. Yun Nuashing walked out of the guest room and let out a long yawn. She lowered her head and looked at her still slender little hand and couldn't help but mutter. She should have recovered quite a bit after one night. But since she still maintained this appearance, it meant that if she returned to her original form, she would probably be so transparent that even the sunlight could pass through, and not even her shadow could be seen. Although she could forcibly switch forms now, that transparent appearance was indeed a little scary, so she didn't do it. Picking at his crystallized right hand, Yun Nuashing could not help but frown and mumble to himself. Strange. Usually I should have fully recovered by now. It's almost been a day. The little angel replied in his soul. Look at the marks of origin. They seem to be a little restless. Did it affect your recovery? The restlessness of the marks of origin has been there since the beginning. Since the first relic of origin got into the mark, the others reacted a little. Yun Nuashing rolled up his sleeves and looked at the marks of origin that were carved all over his body. The marks that were not crystallized were now shimmering, brighter than the morning sun. If not for his clothes, he would have been no different from a self-walking, colorful sun. Some of the energy seems to have flowed into the relic of origin. Tracing it, part of it is used for their self-recovery. But this part is not much, and there is an unlimited amount of origin energy in the marks of origin. The other part is missing, as if it has been sent somewhere through the relic of origin. The little angel shrugged, indicating that she did not understand. This was not her specialty. Even he was confused, so she was even more clueless. In the current void, no one knew more about the heavenly god of origin and their affairs than he did. There is a weak resonance between the relic of origin and the loss of energy is also flowing together. Oh, so that's how it is. When they are extracting the origin energy, they are also extracting my energy at the same time. Plus, the origin energy that has been mobilized also needs my energy to recover. Gradually, the speed of my recovery is suppressed. After taking a closer look at Yun Nuashing, she understood what was going on. Then, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. His own body had a lower priority. Now, the order of priority for energy processing should be the origin relic, the origin energy, and himself. Just looking at it made him feel a little sad. Well, he still did not know what the relics of origin were up to. But looking at the change in the situation, it was not far from the truth. Previously, there was no reaction when he only got the jade carving. Later on, when he got the wind chime, the reaction was not strong. After that, with the potted plant and the incense burner, the reaction of the 4 relics of origin was very obvious. They were resonating and mobilizing a huge amount of energy. No one knew what they were doing. Facing the morning sun, he did a few stretching exercises. As he turned his body, he saw the guest room at the back. After a slight hesitation, he walked in again. He left something behind and slipped out. Just then, he met Jing Yuanji, who had followed his scent. Lord, Hui asked me to give this to you. Jing Yuanji handed over a dark green token with a red frame. The upper and lower ends were engraved with the appearance of some kind of magical beast. The whole thing was only the length of a palm. It was very thin. From top to bottom, the words Buyun Academy were written. It seemed to be the token of that academy. A token to get in through the back door. Yun Nuashing took the token and muttered with a strange expression. Jing Yuanji curled her lips cutely and shrugged. She squatted down and looked at Yun Nuashing and said softly, I have a mission, so I can't accompany you in. But Lord Hui said that there will be someone to meet you. As for who, well, he didn't say. He just told you not to worry. You should be careful inside and don't be too impulsive. Remember to call me if you feel wronged. Stop. Yun Nuashing shuddered and hurriedly waved her hand. I've just become smaller, but I'm still a mature soul. Can you not use such a caring tone? Well, it's like you're sending a child who has just left home to go to school. Jing Yuanji smiled gently and hugged the little lowly in front of her. Then, I wish you a safe journey. Yun Nuashing. Strange. Why was she treated like this every time she became smaller? Jing Yuanji was like this. Xian and Bing Er were also like this. Was it easy to tease her when she became smaller? The little angel responded in her soul. Teasing is one thing. As for the other thing, take a mirror and look at yourself. You're a little doll, less than 1. 3 meters tall with a small face and small eyes. It's very lovable. And this is a passive skill, so it can't be stopped. Yun Nuashing. She felt that something had been broken into pieces, including the time that the origin relic had been wreaking havoc inside. She was afraid that it would take at least 7 or 8 days for her to return to her original appearance. After saying a few more words, Yun Nuashing bid farewell to Jing Yuanji. His small body disappeared from the mansion, wrapped in the black fog, leaving Jing Yuanji looking at his receding figure and sighing with a little regret. In the morning, Cloud Ascending City seemed to have inherited part of the liveliness from the night. It was not as peaceful and comfortable as it looked on the surface. In the sky, there was a black fog rolling and surging towards the north of Cloud Ascending City. If one looked closely, they would find that there were many figures coming out of the city and heading towards the north. Their destination seemed to be exactly the same as the place that he was pointing at. Looking down from the sky, the gate of the Buyun Academy occupied 1/3 of the northern part of the ascending Cloud City. Arches with spatial fluctuations stood in that vast open space, as if they were demarcating a bluestone square. Other buildings could only be seen from more than 1,000 feet away. Counting from the left to the right, there was 1, 2, 3, 9 arches that were more than 1,000 feet high. They were separated by 100 feet from each other, like 9 ancient guards with weapons guarding the place, dividing the inner and outer parts of the world. After crossing the arches, there was a straight and slender staircase, but the space behind it couldn't be seen clearly. Only the white jade staircase could be seen, and nothing else could be seen. According to Lei Hua, that square is the place where Cloud Ascending Academy used to enroll students. Because of the power of space, it is not as small as it looks on the surface. Yun Nuashing stared at the square, paved with bluestone, his eyes flashing. The power of space nearby was very strong. Part of the space between heaven and earth seemed to be suppressed and merged with that place to become another space. It looked faintly illusory and ethereal. There was no doubt that there was another space behind it, another space that belonged to Cloud Ascending Academy. It seems that there are several overlapping spaces. It is not as simple as the space between heaven and earth. Yun Nuashing exhaled softly. His moving gaze suddenly focused. He caught a glimpse of some figures in the square. They sat cross-legged there and began to cultivate. They seemed to be waiting for something. Furthermore, there were other figures in the city that were heading towards this direction. From the looks of it, it is not the usual enrollment time today. Why are there so many people? 200 people. The little angel responded, "You are not the only one who can take the back door. Don't you allow others to take the back door?" Yun Nuashing thought about it and agreed. There wasn't much of a problem. The Buyun Academy didn't have much contact with those superpowers, but those who were related to the Buyun Academy could naturally use their identities. As for him, speaking of which, where did he get this token from? Could it be that he was holding a stick at a midnight snack stall? That guy can't be that crazy, right? You are the crazy one. I am not you. Speaking of which, why haven't you recovered yet? You are talking to me again. Hui suddenly yelled anxiously in his soul, gritting his teeth. Oh, can't you tell? I let you hear it on purpose. Yun Nuashing grinned. This time he really did it on purpose. Hui. Hey, I am busy. I will not talk nonsense with you. As for how I came, you will know when you see the person. Little brat. As soon as he finished speaking, he cut off the soul communication. He snickered. Come on, let's hurt each other. I can't hear you even if you scold me. Yun Nuashing. Why does this bastard look more like a child than I do now? Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing ignored the guardian who was wandering around. He looked down from the sky, and the black fog disappeared. His body turned into a dark red meteor and fell straight to the ground. The movement was quite big. However, before he touched the ground, he retracted his energy. He did not really perform the scene of a meteor hitting the ground. Standing a distance in front of the arched door, Yun Nuashing tried to look up at the white arched door. He rubbed his sore neck and lowered his head to look around. The falling movement more or less attracted some people's attention. At this moment, some people turned their attention to him. He also happened to look at those people and found that they were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they were standing in place and waiting for something. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. For a moment, he did not know whether to go in or just stand there and wait. Speaking of which, we seem to have said that someone would meet him. Could it be that he met someone when he came to the Cloud Continent last time? And it just so happened that he was from Cloud Ascending Academy. Just as he was thinking about this, his shoulder was suddenly patted gently, making him tremble. "Ah, beautiful big brother, we meet again." Yun Nuashing's body trembled. He suddenly turned his head and saw a little girl in a green dress standing behind him. She was about the same height as him. She was looking at him with a pair of green eyes that were like a tranquil lake deep in the mountains. Her eyes reflected his slightly shocked face. She could not help but tease. "Oh, you're a big brother now. Brother Hui told me that you became smaller. I thought for a long time. I didn't expect you to become like this. You're so cute. Why are you here?" Yun Nuashing's eyes widened in shock. Ji Shuyan, the little princess of the ice domain. He had parted with this little girl not long ago. Oh, actually it had been more than 10 days. Ji Shuyan was poking and touching the energy crystals on his body as she replied, "Of course. I'm the same as you. Brother Hui told father about your situation. After all, you guys did us a big favor. It's just a place in Cloud Ascending Academy. It's not much trouble. It's just that you guys got me in as well." "Ah, does the ice domain have this kind of convenience?" Yun Nuashing's expression was a little unnatural. He felt a little numb when this little girl touched the energy crystals on his body. He felt uncomfortable all over. Seeing him squirming uncomfortably, Ji Shuyan retracted her evil hands and said with a smile, "Father came from Cloud Ascending Academy. He knows the people there, so it's not difficult. Speaking of which, big brother, how many ancient relics have you collected? Can I see them?" The little girl blinked her big bright eyes and said in a soft voice. Yun Nuashing's ears itched when he heard her. "I have 4 now. If I take them out— Oh, I'll show them to you when I have the chance. Hey, wait a minute. I've always been curious. You seem to be more interested in ancient relics than others. Is there a reason?" Hearing this, Ji Shuyan's cute little face suddenly froze. "Big brother, where's the snowflake I gave you?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing took out the snowflake from the pendant and showed it to her. "I kept it well." Seeing this, the little girl couldn't help but smile bitterly. Her small hands pinched Yun Nuashing's cheeks and pulled them to the sides. "I didn't give it to you for you to keep it and look at it. Ah, forget it. You'll know when you need it." "Well, that's what father said. I don't think I need to explain anything." Yun Nuashing grimaced. Good, it was this kind of guess what I am segment again. Since the little girl said so, this snowflake must be very closely related to her. However, as for what the situation was, he couldn't say. Because they couldn't analyze this snowflake, he didn't rashly put it into his body. For the time being, he kept it as a souvenir from the little girl. Now, looking at her, her little face was full of resentment, as if she was dissatisfied that he kept the snowflake instead of using it. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said calmly and casually, "It looks very beautiful, so I can't bear to use it. If I use it, it'll be gone." Hearing this, the little girl's resentful face was slightly stunned. After a while, she returned to her smiling state. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes in his heart. He put away the snowflake without leaving a trace and then quickly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this first. Why are there other people waiting here? Ji Shuyan looked around and glanced around. Ji Shuyan looked around and nodded. The guide hasn't come yet. Father said that this period of the year is reserved for students who didn't have time to enter the Buyun Academy. Those who didn't have time to enter the academy were put on hold. This time, they gave us another chance. However, I heard that it's just a formality and something like going through the motions. It said that the actual test has already ended when the academy officially opened. There's no need to take another test. Yun Nuashing understood. These guys didn't have time to enter the academy at the right time and chose the second time to enter the academy. He got it. Ji Shuyan held Yun Nuashing's hand and swung it back and forth. They really looked like two little dolls who had just left home and came to school for the first time. They were youthful and energetic. But Big Brother is really wronged. He turned himself into such a small person for that small candlestick. Yun Nuashing. Although he was happy that this little girl knew that he was wronged, he really didn't mean to turn himself into such a small person on purpose. The waiting time passed in the time it took for them to chat a few times. During this time, there were only a few sporadic silhouettes that came from afar to wait on the bluestone square. Counting carefully, there were only a dozen more people than before. Among these 220 to 30 people, it was estimated that 90% of them were people who did not make it in time for various reasons. The remaining 10% should be the same as them. Some of them landed and started chatting with others, as if they wanted to form a team. They seemed to have some understanding of this kind of test. Just when Yun Nuashing was a little uncomfortable from waiting and was about to be burned into a lowly jerky by the sun, a huge movement suddenly came from the space connected by the 9 big arches in front of them. Everyone sitting on the bluestone square stood up and moved forward. Yun Nuashing and Ji Shuyan also turned their attention to the front. At the place where the space rippled, a tall figure slowly walked out. Wait a minute, this guy is about the same height as me. I'm really short. Everyone looks taller in my eyes. That person had a head of white hair that reached his shoulders. He wore a long white robe that reached the ground and had a dignified appearance. He looked like a young Taoist priest. He looked like a young man in his 20s. His realm seemed to have stopped at the high-level divine realm. Ding! After this sage-like young man walked out, a crisp sound of a bell came from the teleportation gate behind him. The sound waves slowly spread across the bluestone square. The young man stood in front of the arches and scanned the square with his hands behind his back. He slowly said, "The time is up. Those who don't arrive by the time will be deemed to have given up. Everyone here, follow me." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward the back of the arches again. Yun Nuashing and Ji Shuyan looked at each other, and the two of them also walked forward. Behind them was a group of people who were like wolves who were afraid to be half a step slower than others. When they touched the space barrier that separated the inner and outer space, the token of Buyun Academy that they carried with them automatically appeared. Then, under the slightly puzzled gaze of everyone, it turned into a ball of light and fell toward their left hand. Then, it turned into a faint mark on the back of their hand. Then, the power of space gathered and enveloped everyone, teleporting them away. The white light flashed and disappeared in a flash. When they opened their eyes again, the teleportation was already over. In front of them was a vast world. The position of the sun in the sky had shifted, and the blue sky was different from what they had seen before. There seemed to be something transparent floating in the sky. At this moment, they were standing at a relatively high place, as if they were on a floating island. Looking down from here, they could see a vast forest with few people. The fresh air was also rich with energy, which was much richer than before. As expected, we are in another created space. The energy and structure of the laws here are quite good. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but praise after taking a look. Then she frowned and said, "However, it's still not a complete world. I don't know if it's unnecessary or maybe it's unnecessary. Creating such a big world and having to take care of it ourselves is very tiring, the little angel said. Who knows? In the forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, there were huge trees that were tens of thousands of meters tall. The trees formed a continuous arc, and there were huge sounds of life running through the forest. There were also birds flapping their wings in the sky, and their cries reverberated between heaven and earth. Yun Nuashing's soul subconsciously spread out in the void, probing the limits of this space. In another direction far away, she seemed to see even more life forms. Most of their auras belonged to the human race, but there were also buildings and life forms with high-energy auras. It seemed that they had already entered Buyun Academy. However, they were probably in the back mountain of the academy where the examination would be held. The god Little Brother, who had just brought everyone and was looking down from the edge of the floating island. After confirming that everyone had been teleported, he turned around and looked at everyone. His voice was still calm and carried a hint of a smile as he said, "Little guys, I am the examiner of this examination. My name is Qingshan. First of all, I welcome you to Buyun Academy. However, to be exact, this place only belongs to the academy. What you think is far ahead. Right now, we are in the endless mountains behind the academy. There are powerful spatial laws and spatial talismans inscribed in the mountains, extending this space without limit. There are quite a few demonic beasts here, and some of them are even stronger than me." Everyone was horrified and their faces paled. "There is no need to be afraid. You won't encounter demonic beasts of that level here. Next, we will discuss the contents of this examination. I don't know where you heard about this examination or what you know about it, but let me tell you first. Although this is just a small examination for show, there were indeed people who did not pass and left in the past. I hope you will all be serious and complete the examination as soon as possible. It's very simple. Pass through these endless mountains and keep going forward until you reach the location of Buyun Academy. The time limit is 1 month. If you don't pass in 1 month, I can only apologize. There will be many obstacles on the way, and you will have to overcome them yourself. As for what the obstacles are, I have already explained it. Then, little guys, I will wait for you at the finish line. Do your best, Teehee. Oh, it's just a formality. It's not difficult at all. Ji Xuan whispered into Yun Nuashing's ear. I thought it would be more troublesome. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. If it was more troublesome, it wouldn't be a formality. It was meant to give a chance to those students who came late for some unknown reason. Of course, it was also meant to give a chance to those who came in through the back door. It wouldn't be too difficult for them. His gaze followed the direction that Qingshan pointed to and looked into the distance. As far as his eyes could see, it was the building of the academy that he had just seen with his spiritual soul. Since he had already seen it, well, it was already over. He could teleport over now. You are cheating, the little angel said in a low voice. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. I am a guy at the peak of origin. It is a cheat in itself. Well, there's still a lot of people here. Yun Nuashing moved his wrist. Let's walk slowly for half a day. Half a day? It will be over in half a day. Do we still have to act? We don't have much time. We have to make good use of it. Hearing this, the little angel couldn't help but smile bitterly. If they flew over in half a day, Qingshan, who was waiting at the finish line, would be scared half to death. Chapter 1615. The Endless Mountains. Complex rules were woven in this vast and boundless forest. They combined with some things that existed in the real world, expanding this real space into the distance without limit. The only difference was probably the different energy concentration in each area formed during the expansion of the space. Some of the living beings in the space were at the level of the overlords of the forest. Even in the territory of the human race, just a bubble from them would make one's heart beat faster and sweat coldly. As for why this kind of problem would appear when they were clearly an extension of the same space, The above question requires a lot of words to explain. Because it's too complicated and you haven't reached this level yet, you won't be able to understand it. So I'll leave it at that. In the woods of the endless mountains, two little girls sat side by side on the body of a demon beast that was lying on the ground. The girl with the strange crystal clusters on her body turned her finger and gave an unexplained answer. The girl beside her pouted and was unhappy. Her two little hands grabbed the girl's robe and shook it hard. I don't care. How would I know if I don't understand if you don't tell me? Just tell me first. I can't wait any longer. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and quickly stopped Ji Shuyan. Okay, I'll tell you. It's actually very simple. During the expansion of the space, you didn't control and change it according to your own will. You just let it be randomly generated. It's randomly combined with the rules that exist in the world and then expanded. So the space that's generated is more or less random. This method is very casual. If you carefully create a space that's completely according to your will, you have to distort many rules and create your own rules. It's more or less difficult. Ji Shuyan was getting dizzy as she listened, but she had heard similar words from her father occasionally, so she was not that dizzy. After a while, she came back to her senses and summarized the situation with a very simple sentence. You reap what you sow, Yun Nuashing. This principle is universal in the void. They were currently in the endless mountain range, and they were in the middle of the Buyun Academy's entrance test, which was to enter through the back door. However, this test was as good as nothing to them. The little girl seemed to be aware of this situation, so she wasn't in a hurry to rush to the finish line. The two little dolls held hands and slowly walked through the forest as if they were taking a stroll. Occasionally, they would fight two little monsters. Occasionally, they would daydream and chat. Occasionally, they would walk a certain distance normally. It was almost like they were going on an outing. Yun Nuashing's soul power had been spreading through the endless mountains. He could see the other students who had come in with them were working very hard to rush towards Buyun Academy. They were working very hard to kill the magical beasts in the endless mountains. They were working very hard to guard against other people. In any case, this was a serious test, and the two of them were slacking in front of everyone. In the forest where the test was held, there were mostly beasts of the beginner god level. The people who participated in the test were also of the same level. It was not too difficult, and the conditions were not too harsh. After all, it was just a formality. If something really happened, they just had to give up, and the invigilator, Qingshan, would take them out. But that meant they had given up. In just one morning, Yun Nuashing saw an unlucky guy who broke into a beast's nest and was forced to give up. Just as Qingshan said, although it was just a formality, this formality had to be taken seriously, unlike a certain guy, roar. Suddenly, a black shadow as big as a mountain appeared in front of them and rushed toward the two kids. Ji Shuyan screamed and was about to stand up, but the black shadow was blown away by a dark red light. The mountain-like body rushed into the forest like a crossbow, opening up a road to the city gate in front of them. On both sides of the road were broken trees and broken branches hanging in the air. It was not hard to imagine how strong the impact was. Yun Nuashing said calmly, the automatic counterattack spell, the effect of the charm array, is too strong. Ji Shuyan looked at the dark red ball of energy that was floating 2 feet away from her. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. According to the pretty boy, this was a simple talisman array that was used to protect her from danger. However, this talisman array was a little sensitive, just like that black shadow just now. She didn't even see clearly what it was. It had just pounced at her with hostility, and before it could slap her, it was thrown away by the talisman array. Sure enough, it is too hard for my little brother to come here, Ji Shuyan said. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said suddenly, by the way, if I ask your father to help me get that candlestick, will it work? No. Ji Shuyan shook her head and swung her long black hair. Even if my father also came from the Buyun Academy and we have a good relationship, he can't come back to take things. It will be a bad influence if other people see it. That's true. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He had completely cut off all kinds of strange thoughts. He held his breath honestly and openly. Speaking of which, he should take advantage of the fact that he was still young and run away after snatching his things. After all, he would return to normal in a few days. Little star, you are always thinking about rushing into the abyss of crime. The little angel sensed his thoughts and could not help but say, "See, you and the others are still in your spiritual world. If possible, don't keep thinking about these things. Although they are busy building houses now, they might suddenly see what you are thinking about." Yun Nuashing. I was wrong. Anyway, he was such an unreliable, troublesome, and old person. He was really sorry. After staying in the forest for a while, Yun Nuashing pulled Jishu in and jumped down from the corpse of the magical beast. They walked along the main road of the city gate that was built by the forest. The brutal battle scene and the dim light made it seem like a gloomy place. However, the two little girls managed to create a cheerful and lively atmosphere. The little angel sighed. Sure enough, when this guy is involved, no matter how serious it is, it will become a joke in the end. She could not help but shake her head. She was a little worried when she saw how weak he was, but now it seemed that there was no need for him to be worried. She ran to build houses with Siyu and the others. Along the way, the two of them passed through many obstacles and killed many monsters. In less than half a day, they had already finished more than half of the journey. This was the answer they chose after thinking for a while. They did not really rush to the finish line in half a day and scare people to death. At this time, thousands of miles away at the border between the Buyun Academy and the Endless Mountains, Qing Shan, as the examiner, was standing at the edge of a high platform that looked like a city wall. Talismans, surging with energy, floated around him. Close to 200 images circled around him, projecting the situation of the examinees who were struggling in the forest. His eyes reflected the rapidly flashing images. When he did not notice any problems, he took a bite of the watermelon in his hand. The watermelon rind piled up on the ground beside him. Say, Qing Shan, even if being an invigilator is boring, you can't just throw trash on the platform. If the principal sees it, he will beat you up again. The sudden voice behind him made Qing Shan turn around. He glanced at the watermelon in his hand and tossed it to the ground in front of the person. Then he took out another piece of watermelon from his storage space. Before he could eat it, the newcomer had already snatched it away. You said it yourself. It's boring. I can only watch the show to pass the time. Qing Shan glanced at him before continuing to eat the watermelon. It's fine. Just wait for the kids to come and have them clean up. You're really something. The newcomer was a young man wearing a white, high-collared robe with blue stripes. His long orange hair was like the color of the setting sun, and the style of his robe was similar to Qing Shan's. It was probably the robe of an elder or instructor of the Buyun Academy. He was eating the watermelon with Qing Shan and watching the images. Suddenly he said, "So, among the late and special new students, are there any special ones?" "There are some with special identities, but most of them can't be seen in a test like this. Besides, the performance for the new students has already passed. They can only miss out on the things they missed out on. If they want to stand out in the future, they can only wait for an opportunity," Qing Shan said. "Special identities. The sixth image from the top to the left is the most special one." Hearing this, the young man turned to look at the image. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh! That's there. Could it be that person's child?" "Probably. Before I came, the dean deliberately reminded me. Although there won't be any accidents in this kind of thing, but... Well, it's just that." Qing Shan nodded. "That's strange. Why did the little princess of that place come here? Even if our Buyun Academy is special, it can't be more special than her own home." The young man scratched his head in confusion. After a while, his eyes flashed as if he found something wrong. This. How come they're already halfway there? The test has been going on for a long time? That's not right. Why are the others so far away? What? Qing Shan was stunned. He quickly pulled his head out of the watermelon. There was still a watermelon seed on his face. He looked at where Ji Xueyan and Qing Shan were and was also stunned. However, after a while, he suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong. Calm down. After all, it's that person's child. I won't be surprised even if they run fast. Oh, that's true. Suddenly there was a commotion in the forest, startling countless birds. The forest thousands of miles away suddenly trembled. The earth seemed to be shaking. When the tremors reached the windy cloud platform, it was blocked by a layer of energy. However, the billowing dust had already attracted the attention of the two. They couldn't help but look up and look over. Qing Shan quickly used the glyph array to change the location of the monitoring. When he found the area where the commotion had occurred, he almost choked to death on a mouthful of watermelon. Wait, why is that big guy crawling up? The young man jumped up in shock. There's no such thing in the test, right? Wait, why is that big guy in the outer area? Who do you want me to ask? Qing Shan's eyes widened as well. In the projection, a gigantic figure could be vaguely seen amidst the billowing smoke and dust in the forest. A boundless wave of energy silently spread out with it at its center, causing all the birds and beasts in the surroundings to flee in panic. When the wave of energy reached the cloud-crushing platform, even though there was an energy barrier blocking it, the two of them could still feel a portion of it. Their expressions changed, and Qing Shan furrowed his brows. Strange, this aura is very abnormal. It's not what it should be like. This aura can't be. The young man sniffled as if he had sensed something. His expression darkened. He threw away the watermelon rind and said to Qing Shan, "There seems to be a small accident. Anyway, I'll go and report it. You stabilize the situation. It's best to stop the test for now. Don't let the children get hurt." Qing Shan nodded. The two of them flickered and disappeared from the windy cloud platform. In the forest, two little girls were strolling leisurely on the branches in the air, jumping and chasing each other. Along the way, the atmosphere was unusually cheerful, until one moment, the forest shook as if there was an earthquake. Ji Xuyan missed a step and slipped from the branch. Just as she was about to cry out in surprise, Yun Nuashing rushed over from behind and caught her and stabilized her. Bang! The sound of the ground shattering was heavy and loud, as if two huge plates had collided. The birds in the surrounding forest all flew into the air. Suddenly, pillars of dust shot up from the ground below, startling Yun Nuashing. She hurriedly brought Ji Xuyan to the side. It was an earthquake. No, it was the space shaking. The sound of laws breaking could be heard in the dark. He wasn't sure what happened all of a sudden, but judging from the commotion, it was definitely not something fun. A pillar of dust rose up along the border. A series of explosions seemed to have occurred underground, sending dust and stones into the air. Suddenly, there was a sound of collapsing and falling from the area covered in smoke and dust. The entire ground seemed to have collapsed. The huge movement was accompanied by the heavy breathing of some kind of animal. A huge shadow loomed in the area covered in smoke and dust. Big brother, what is that? Ji Xuyan was dumbfounded. A few seconds ago, they were still strolling and playing in the forest, but the next second, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The change was so fast that she was not prepared at all. It's just the sound of a big guy turning over. It's a little loud, but you'll get used to it. Yun Nuashing replied casually, but her eyes narrowed slightly. She murmured in her heart, "This aura. Is it the non-order aura hidden at the bottom of the Yunduan continent? How is that aura connected to the space of the Buyun Academy?" Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. He deliberately adjusted his vision, quickly. A few seconds later, he saw something and was slightly stunned. The land where the Buyun Academy was located was actually connected to the Yunduan continent itself. This space was probably borrowing the space of the real realm through some kind of spatial switching. So, the land that belonged to the Buyun Academy was connected to the land of the Yunduan continent. It was just that this kind of connection would not be directly activated under normal circumstances. Just like the hidden space of the Pillar of Creation, it could affect the normal space of the realm of the gods, but it would not be used under normal circumstances. Looking at the Buyun Academy with this pair of eyes, even with Yun Nuashing's calmness, he could not help but blush. The Buyun Academy was basically located at the top of a volcano. The place where it was located was completely an active volcano that had been blocked. The surging non-order energy was so close to the surface for some reason, and the degree of surging was much more turbulent than the other places that he had seen in the Yunduan continent. With the degree of impact of the non-order energy, it would break free from its restraints and erupt sooner or later. The Buyun Academy has a very powerful seal that suppresses the surge of the non-order energy. This is a little interesting. Do the people of the Yunduan continent have a clear concept of order? Without understanding the concept of order, there was no way to suppress the non-order energy with the current power. He could only assume that the person who set up the seal must have come into contact with the non-order energy and knew about it, so he could set up the seal. Hiss! Suddenly, a pair of turbid green eyes stared at Yun Nuashing with hostility. Yun Nuashing's expression slightly froze, and he revealed a faint smile. Has the non-order energy blinded its mind? Does it want to bite anyone it sees? A black shadow suddenly flashed in the smoke, and Ji Shuyan's heart palpitated. She quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and said, "Big brother, it's out. It seems to be targeting us. Let's go." "It's okay. It's just a..." Yun Nuashing's words came to an abrupt end, and a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky behind them. The huge creature that rushed out of the smoke and dust showed its huge body. It was a black snake with a curved horn on its head, and its whole body was covered with scales that shone with a metallic luster. Just one scale alone was 10 feet long, and its huge tail swept across the ground, causing the earth to shake. Thick cracks spread towards the surrounding forest, and at this moment its huge body circled half a circle in the sky, and its bloody mouth was aimed at the backs of Yun Nuashing and pounced down. Dark red clouds flashed in front of the pair of turbid green eyes. The two figures disappeared in an instant. The big black snake hissed and was stunned. Even though its face was covered by the non-order energy, it still seemed to maintain a part of its rationality. The moment it noticed that its enemies had disappeared, its huge body began to move, as if it was preparing for something. "Big guy, look up." The giggling coming from above stunned the big black snake. Just as it was about to look up, it suddenly felt a huge impact, like a comet descending from the Milky Way. Before it even made contact with its brain, its scales automatically moved and gathered energy. In the next moment, when it caught sight of the space above it, it saw a dark red cloud surging, and a naked little fist became all that it could see. Bang! The sound of the huge body smashing into the head and the huge body smashing into the ground rang out at the same time. The violent collision of energy sent the forest within a radius of 1,000 miles into the sky. A wave of sand and heat was sent flying into the sky. Qing Shan, who had just arrived, had yet to stabilize himself when an earthy yellow and earthy smell assaulted his nostrils. A sandstorm directly hit his face, blinding his eyes and suffocating him. Qing Shan. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Yun Nuashing landed on the shattered ground with Ji Shuyan in his arms. The little girl covered her eyes with both hands and couldn't help but grimace. "Ugh, it sounds painful. It's just a little snake. How much effort can it take?" Yun Nuashing nodded. Standing on the shattered ground was like standing on a random seesaw. No matter where he stood, it would not be stable. Although his strength had been weakened, the main recipient of the punch just now was still the big black snake. However, the ground that had been shattered by the excessive strength might be at risk of collapsing at this moment. Yun Nuashing waved her hand to clear the surrounding smoke and dust. He leaped forward with Ji Shuyan for a distance and found the big black snake at a place where the ground had collapsed the most. It had fainted at the moment. The curved horn on its head was broken by the power just now. Although it had lost its power, its huge body still exuded a majestic aura of non-order. The contamination is not light. This can only happen after soaking in non-order energy for a few days. Yun Nuashing murmured. The origin energy moved according to his will and enveloped him and Ji Shuyan. They walked to the side of the big black snake's huge head. Ji Shuyan suddenly realized something and quickly pulled Yun Nuashing. Ah, there's a hole here. Big brother, it's the mark of your punch just now. Yun Nuashing. A clear mark of a punch. A part of this head was caved in. Yun Nuashing found the position of the hole and took a deep breath. The origin energy surged out of his body, and the energy crystals on his body lit up one by one. Then he trembled violently and his face turned red. Little girl, don't touch my energy crystals. Ji Shuyan giggled and let go of her mischievous hands. She looked so obedient that Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. The origin energy surged into the big black snake's body and dispelled the non-order energy. At the same time, it also captured a wisp of aura and condensed it into an energy bead in the palm of its hand. After looking at it for a while, it swallowed it into its stomach without hesitation. This energy seems to be a little irritable, and it's especially irritable around here. It's here. According to the past, this must be the prerequisite for the troublemaker physique to act up. Do you really think that nothing will happen if these two things happen together? The little angel joked. Yun Nuashing, why are you nagging again? Forget it. However, if nothing happened even after he and Hui were together, it was definitely not because the physique did not work. It must be because a storm was brewing. Once it broke out, it would definitely be a big event that would end the entire void. This time was no exception. Anyway, when he came to the Yunduan continent, he had already predicted that this continent would end. But this energy, it's better to tell Hui. I don't know what's going on outside. At this moment, it's necessary to see what the non-order energy in other parts of the Yunduan continent is like. Chapter 16:16. Non-order energy. Is that so? The energy hidden under the ground seems to be reacting a little or something. In the midst of his busy schedule, Hui stopped what he was doing and hovered in the sky casually to answer Yun Nua's question. While he was at it, he landed on the ground below. His soul spread out in an instant and flowed into the ground. It did not take long before he came into contact with the non-order energy that was hidden under the ground like rolling black clouds. When the energy wells in the king's palace that were all over the cloud continent were almost uprooted, the movement of the non-order energy had also been imperceptibly weakened a little. Logically speaking, that should be the case. When the first energy well was uprooted, he could clearly feel that the presence of the non-order energy had weakened a little. However, looking back at it now, it seemed that there was no special change. Excluding the reason that the removal of the energy wells did not affect the movement of the non-order energy, the only reason left was that when the energy wells were removed and the movement of the non-order energy weakened, someone used his own method to strengthen the movement of the non-order energy. The people of the king's palace seemed to be very concerned about the non-order energy. Until now, no one knew what method they used to maintain the movement of the non-order energy. Naturally, there was no way to deal with it. Now that the sweep was almost complete, 1/3 of the people were looking for the king's palace in the Gangyuan land. The rest of the people were looking for the origin relics and related information all over the cloud continent. However, the seal of the Buyun Academy is actually targeting the underground energy of the order energy. So that's why, Hui muttered to himself. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Yun Nuashing's face turned slightly dark when she heard that in the soul communication, You just You already knew that there was such a thing in the Buyun Academy? No, I really didn't know. I just took a look that day and found that the energy flow around the Buyun Academy was not normal. So I guess that there might be something unusual there. I really only saw it later. I didn't know that it was related to the underground energy. Hui quickly waved his hand and explained. When he saw that Yun Nuoxing's face was a little better, he laughed dryly. I thought that you would be able to see through it at a glance and solve it while you're at it. So I didn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing snorted softly and did not say anything. Hui saw that and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was secretly happy in his heart. Then this time, he had passed without any problems. Well, I just received news from Xing LV and the others. The non-order energy detected all over the cloud continent is not abnormal. The intensity of the energy flow is exactly the same as when we first detected it. Hui seized the opportunity to quickly report and also told Feng about the situation that he just speculated, so that Feng would completely forget about the matter just now. I don't know what they're doing, but it should be as I said, it's nothing good. Yun Nuoxing replied with a frown. His eyes glanced to the side several times, as if his main body was paying attention to something. Then let's leave it at that for now. Perhaps the Buyun Academy will be able to get some answers. If there are any abnormalities elsewhere, just let me know. Before their plan begins, I will keep an eye on the crater that is the Buyun Academy. Then I'll have to trouble you. Hui waved his hand and sent away the soul image of Yun Nuostar. His gaze that was looking into the distance revealed a deep and thoughtful expression. This time, even without Maple's reminder, he himself felt a little uneasy. What the king's palace wanted to do, the huge scheme that they had set up in the cloud continent compared to the origin relic, which one was more important, the answer to this question was actually needless to say. What the king's palace wanted to do was only aimed at the cloud continent. It was a conspiracy and some kind of plan that was born in this corner of the world. It was only aimed at the king's palace and the lives of the cloud continent. The ones who would suffer would only be the lives of the cloud continent. Meanwhile, they were looking for the origin relic. That was a big matter that was really related to them. It was a big matter that belonged to them. If they had to talk about righteousness, it was a big matter that was related to this bullshit void. Well, that's all bullshit. Hui held the back of his head with both hands and slowly floated up, flying towards the distant sky. It's just that we can't find the king's palace now, so we can only focus on one thing. In the end, he did not forget his initial goal, Black Nest. But there was no direction to investigate this. Now he was just following his intuition and not letting go of the king's palace. Oh, and the origin relic. Lying on his back and facing the sky, Hui looked at the blue sky and the white clouds in a daze. He reached out his hand towards the blue sky and slowly grabbed it. Troublesome. Well, I'll leave the troublesome matter over there to you, buddy. On the other hand, I'll think of a way to simplify your troublesome matter. In the endless mountains of the Buyun Academy, smoke and dust gathered and did not disperse. It would take a while for it to dissipate naturally. Qing Shan, who had rushed over, did not help to brush away the dust. Yun Nuoxing did not care too much about the dust that was floating all over the place. He had found the big black snake and pulled out the non-order energy that was tainted on its body. After that, he found a relatively stable ground and squatted down to study the non-order energy that was surging under the ground of the Buyun Academy. Ji Shuyan, on the other hand, was running back and forth in boredom during the process. After the big black snake recovered, it turned into a small black snake that was only 2 feet long. Yun Nuoxing put back the horn on its head. At the moment, the small black snake was coiled around his left hand. The excessive origin energy had rampaged through its body. Although it had dispelled the non-order energy that was negatively affecting it, it had also made it difficult for it to control itself for a while. So it had to find something to wrap around it. Other than that, it looked like a snake that was fine. After talking to Hui, Yun Nuoxing felt a little troubled. It was really like being busy with another matter before one thing was settled. Both things sounded a little stomach-aching. In short, he had to suppress the non-order energy that was bursting out of the cracked ground first. Several types of origin energy blended into the space like water waves, and then surged down to the ground one after another, pressing back the non-order energy that was trying to drill out through the cracks in the ground. It was like a torch rushing into a world of ice and snow, extinguishing in an instant. Under the suppression of several types of origin energy, this little bit of non-order energy could not cause a big wave at all. It was suppressed back to the ground very cooperatively, and Yun Nuastar also thickened the layer of ground to cover it up. As mentioned earlier, the place where the Buyun Academy was located was the crater of an active volcano that was about to erupt. It was impossible to block it and impossible to guard against it. Sooner or later, there would be a rumble that would send the entire academy flying into the sky along with the entire space. However, judging from the current seal maintained by the academy and the movement of the non-order energy, it would take some time for that day to come. In short, he would not let that happen when he was around. Even if the volcano really erupted, he could force it back down. This layer of the shell is too thin. The energy can easily break through the surface of the ground. This is not the center of the seal. The power of the seal and the defensive power are too weak. Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. The little black snake that was coiled around his left hand straightened its upper body and shook its head helplessly like a human. In the past, the dark energy was not strong enough to invade the ground. The Buyun Academy was originally the weakest entrance of the cloud continent. So when they collectively surged, they quietly approached the ground. Even we did not notice it. That's right. You have been soaking in this energy for at least 10 or 20 days. Why don't you have any reaction at all? Yun Nuashing looked at the little black snake and could not help but ask. The little black snake squeezed its eyes together and sighed with a bitter smile. It's the season of sunset. It's preparing to hibernate. Yun Nuashing was speechless. This was a snake that was defeated by its habits. To think that it was at the origin realm. Good heavens, it almost disappeared after sleeping for half a season. After being woken up, it still held its temper for half a season and bit people like a madman. Its teeth were quite good. So, one of the reasons why the Buyun Academy exists is to suppress the dark energy that is closest to the ground. Yun Nuashing continued to ask. Probably because the little black snake discovered that Yun Nuashing had helped him deal with the energy and saved him. He did not avoid these questions. He seemed to be in existence, similar to the ancient guards of the Buyun Academy. The little black snake nodded. This is indeed the main reason why the Buyun Academy was established. Although the seal has always been maintained, it still can't stop the energy from coming closer every year. So, have you studied whether your seal is effective or not? Yun Nuashing asked the core question, which made the little black snake's entire body stiffen. He could clearly see that the little black snake had turned his head away guiltily, so he sighed. All right, it seems like it's not working. Without this kind of observation method, just maintaining the seal is already very difficult. The little black snake grumbled. That's true, so... Oh, it's fine. Things like seals are destined to be broken in the first place. It's just stalling for time so that we can find another way to guard against it before the time limit is up. But it seems like you haven't found it. Tens of millions of years have passed. I'm afraid that the people of the new generation don't even know that this thing exists under the ground. The little black snake could not help but smile bitterly. This kind of trivial matter was not something that could be made public. Even if it was passed down from generation to generation, it would only be passed down from one person to another, one life to another. Sometimes this kind of cautiousness itself was a kind of hindrance. All right, now that so much time has passed, that energy is about to erupt. I reckon that there are not many people in the cloud continent who have a way to contain this energy. So, This energy has existed for a long time? Yun Nuashing asked in surprise. Yes, I saw that you were very skilled in dealing with it. I didn't expect that. You didn't know about this? The little black snake was also surprised. It was stunned when it saw the hand that suppressed and purified the dark energy that it was infected with. When I knew about it, this thing already existed. Yun Nuashing replied. It's everywhere in the continent. It makes people panic when they see it. However, other places are not as ready to go as the Buyun Academy. When I found it, it gave me a shock. Oh! The little black snake turned its head and looked at Yun Nuashing's black eyes. So, with your level, you came to the academy to investigate. Well, that's it. However, I hope to be a little quieter. I don't talk to anyone too much. I'm counting on you to keep it a secret for me. Yun Nuashing bent her finger and flicked the little black snake's head. The little black snake made a hissing sound as if it was replying, "No problem." However, in the near future, if something happens to the Academy's seal, I hope that you can lend a hand. Judging from the part of the power that you used, it shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, I want to stay in the Buyun Academy and have a peaceful place to sleep. I don't want my butt to explode when I'm admiring the moon at night or taking a nap. That would be terrible. The little black snake couldn't help but squint its eyes and laugh. That's good. When the conversation ended, Yun Nuashing retracted her little hand from the ground. She couldn't help but pull her hair and muttered, "As expected, it's very irritable. It seems that it's even more irritable after using your power to flip around here. If there's a process to breaking the seal, the disturbance that you caused just now should have sped up the process by 1%. The little black snake's eyes trembled when it heard that. How could it? This place is far away from the place where the big seal was set up. It shouldn't destroy the integrity of the seal, right? Yun Nuashing flicked its head again and said, "You may not know much about this energy. This energy can contaminate all life and treat the contaminated life as an extension of its own body. Overall, it remains intact in concept. In other words, it has already broken the seal and escaped through you. It's just that I pressed it back and cut off the part that stuck its head out. But even so, it's an unchangeable fact that it has escaped. At that moment, it came into contact with the outside world and could quickly snatch the energy, and then, do you understand?" The little black snake's eyes flashed. Every time it breaks free, it will become more active and easier to break the seal. Is that what you mean? Yun Nuashing nodded and stood up from the ground. The seal is still there. It's not realistic to intervene directly. Now we can only wait and see. He didn't say that this matter had something to do with the king's palace. It was another matter whether they believed him or not. There was no point in wasting his breath. He just had to wait for them to expose themselves. Although it was a little late to take action by then, it could still be remedied. Seeing that Yun Nuashing and the little black snake had ended their conversation, Ji Shuiyan finally spoke. She didn't dare to interrupt when she saw the serious look on their faces. "Oh, you're done talking?" "Yes." Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at the high platform on the other side of the forest. After the commotion just now, it seemed that they had unintentionally drifted a distance away. Now the end point was just in front of them. Let's go. Let's reach the end point today. Ji Shuiyan smiled and pounced forward to grab Yun Nuashing's crystallized right hand. Okay, let's go. Two figures with a black snake flashed and disappeared into the forest. At this time, at the place where the little black snake was rioting, the smoke gradually dissipated. Hidden in the smoke, Qing Shan maintained his combat and defensive posture and vigilantly observed the situation around him. When the smoke dissipated, he found that there was no movement at all. His head was full of question marks. He was 100% sure that he saw a big guy making a ruckus here. Judging from the movement, it should be the ancient guard that usually stayed in the endless mountains. Just when there was movement now, that's strange. The commotion was so big just now, so why is it now? Qing Shan was dumbfounded. The same situation was happening in the test field. Those who were participating in the test had found a place to hide when the riot started. Not long after, the mountains shook and thousands of ferocious beasts ran over. If they didn't find the right place, they would be swept away by the panicked beast tide and be injured all over. After everything calmed down, they thought they would see some kind of world-destroying monster appear. In the end, all they saw was silence, which made them a little stunned. However, Yun Nuashing and the others didn't know what happened later. At this time, the two of them were leading the little black snake and pretending to be rushing toward the high platform in the forest. According to the little black snake, the high platform in the forest was called the Cloud Platform. It was the place closest to the endless mountains in the Buyun Academy. It was usually the place where the students, teachers, and elders practiced their martial arts. The students would also gather there when they brought them to the endless mountains. Since they were already close to the platform, they could occasionally see students coming and going. It was supposed to be so, but it was a little too quiet at this time. Maybe we were discovered when we were causing a ruckus in the mountains. They didn't know the situation, so they stopped us from entering, the little black snake said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's face was full of suspicion. Does this kind of thing happen often? I feel a little familiar with it. When I was preparing to hibernate, there were a few similar situations. Sometimes the old guys in the depths of the mountains felt uneasy and moved their positions, scaring the beasts and causing some of the stronger ones to inadvertently come here. There were also some unlucky ones like me who were infected by the energy. In the end, those who could be saved were saved, and those who couldn't be saved were put to rest. The little black snake sighed like a human. Yun Nuashing understood. Their proficiency was all forced out by this kind of special situation that happened frequently. In the future, there might be more of such situations. As the movement of the non-order energy became bigger and bigger, the peaceful reality that they knew in the past was one step closer to collapse. Although there was still some time before the seal would be broken, but the so-called seal would break prematurely if it encountered a troublemaker like Yun Nuashing again. Yun Nuashing had seen this kind of situation many times before. Moreover, even if it was not like this, as long as the non-order energy gathered at the bottom of the earth and broke through the weak point of the seal would be nothing more than a decoration. As for why this kind of situation did not happen, who knew what the person behind the scenes was thinking about? After flying through the forest for a while, Yun Nuashing and the little black snake arrived at the bottom of the cloud-dispelling platform. They stood at the bottom and looked up. The entire cloud-dispelling platform was like a thick wall that separated the inside from the outside world. The main body of the cloud-dispelling platform was made of a mixture of white jade and bluestone. This seemed to be the main color of the cloud-dispelling academy. There was a tightly shut door at the bottom of the cloud-dispelling platform. Energy surged between the two doors. The little black snake understood with a single glance. They really did close the door. They probably won't open the door until they get a result from their investigation. Ji Shuyan shook her little head. Then little brother and little snake, why don't you two transform and cause a ruckus? The man and the snake were speechless. How could this little girl come up with such a bad idea? What was her brain made of? Yun Nuashing walked forward and looked at the thick door that looked like an underground prison. She casually slapped the door, and the energy surrounding the door dissipated. The door slowly opened. Well, this is a piece of cake. Anyway, you're here. If anything happens, we can just push you out and explain everything. The little black snake couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was going to use it as a pass so that he could cause a ruckus. There was a long and narrow path behind the door. It didn't take them much effort to reach the end. They passed through the bottom of the cloud-dispelling platform and arrived at the other end. Before Yun Nuashing and Ji Shuyan could take a good look at what was behind the cloud-dispelling platform, several black figures descended from the sky like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. The rumbling sounds of them landing on the ground were endless, and the two of them were completely surrounded. Stop right there. This is a critical time. All students returning to the Cloud Dispelling Academy must be investigated. Surrender. Put your hands on your head. Show your student ID. You don't have to say anything now. However, every word you say will become the target of our investigation. Say something to prove that you're a human. Yun Nuashing and Ji Shuyan were shocked by the situation as soon as they entered. The little girl quickly hid behind Yun Nuashing. He couldn't help but feel speechless when he saw the situation. This welcome was really grand. Look at these people who looked like they were about to face a great enemy. Look at their cultivation levels. They were all heavenly gods. There were even 2 heavenly gods of origin on the side who were secretly keeping watch. Yun Nuashing calmly looked at the fierce-looking group of people. He calmly extended the little black snake that was coiled around his hand. I think you should talk to it. The little black snake stretched and jumped down from his hand. Energy gathered, and its slender body transformed into a tall human figure. It was a young man who looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. His black hair shone with a metallic luster that could be used as a mirror. He was handsome, dignified, and dignified. He looked like a big brother next door, but he was a little shaky when he walked. It seemed like he still hadn't recovered from the aftereffects of the surging origin energy. Elder Shur, what are you doing here? The 2 heavenly gods of origin were stunned when they saw the human figure that the little black snake had transformed into. They hurriedly came over and cupped their hands. The little black snake, who was referred to as Elder Shur, waved his hand. I was the one who caused the commotion in the boundless mountain range. Everything is fine now. Remove the alert. Yes. The people around him didn't suspect anything. They hurriedly cupped their hands and left. Yun Nuashing sensed traces of energy surging in other places. They were probably going to remove the alert. Elder Shur, what happened just now? We saw a lot of commotion, so we thought. The red-haired young man cupped his hands and was about to say something. However, he subconsciously shut his mouth when he saw Yun Nuashing and Ji Shuyan standing in front of him. The little black snake sighed deeply. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Speaking of this, it's really unbearable. On a day when I was supposed to be hibernating, I didn't sleep for long before my chrysanthemum hurt. Yun Nuashing, PFFF. Chapter 16-17. While the little black snake in human form was talking to the other 2 elders about the endless mountains and the recent situation, Yun Nuashing was speechless. He retreated to the side with Ji Shuyan. He was cursing in his heart. Even though that guy was telling the truth and he was indeed stabbed in the back during his hibernation, he was being too straightforward. Couldn't he be a little more elegant? Since it was still the time for the test, the Green Mountain Man was nowhere to be seen. While the little black snake was still talking about the academy, they could only wait at the cloud dispelling platform and observe their surroundings. After crossing the cloud dispelling platform, they were already in the inner area of the Buyun Academy. What they could see from the high wall was a very spacious field. There were spatial laws and glyph formations in the field, which seemed to have the effect of expanding the space. However, it was not as exaggerated as the endless mountains. Their line of sight was not obstructed by anything. The cloud dispelling platform was a huge 3-level flight of stairs. The top of the stairs was the top of the cloud dispelling platform. They were currently at the top of the 2nd level of the 3-level flight of stairs. This place was the same level as the endless mountains outside the cloud dispelling platform. The training ground that the little black snake mentioned was the platform on the 1st level and the platform on the 2nd level. Other than the top of the cloud dispelling platform, the other 2 levels of the platforms had spatial laws and glyph formations. It was said that they could accommodate 10 million people. The little angel secretly added in his heart. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of saliva. The battle area in the spacious space would constantly expand according to the situation of the battle. There was no need to talk about the specifics for the time being. He felt that there was no need to use this function, so he was too lazy to understand it. To put it bluntly, it was a place for those little brats in Yun Academy to fight. At this moment, there were also many people gathered here. Some were looking at the endless mountains. Some were looking at them intentionally or unintentionally with flickering eyes. There were also some who were fighting there as he wanted. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked around. From the top of the cloud-dispelling platform to the small platform that extended from the wall to the top, there were many people wearing the Buyun Academy's uniform. They should be students, a group of elementary deity tier brats. They were whispering about the endless mountain range. Perhaps they were originally planning to go to the endless mountain range, but something strange suddenly happened and they were stopped here. Perhaps they thought that they could solve the problem in a short time, so they hid here? I actually found someone cultivating the power of the stars. This incomplete world doesn't even have stars. How did they cultivate it? Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly stopped when he noticed something that caught his attention. He looked at a certain place with a little surprise. Before his eyes met it, he casually looked away. He could not help but say in his heart, "Wow, that's amazing." This power of the stars doesn't seem to be the same as the power of the stars that we know. It feels limited. Yun Nuashing's eyes shone with a golden light. The little angel looked through his eyes and realized that it was different from the power of the stars that he usually used. After all, as you said, this is indeed an incomplete world. Perhaps there are some differences in the understanding of the stars that are created under this law. Yun Nuashing shrugged and looked around the Buyun Academy. He was about to take a good look at the academy and look for the boxing pavilion when the little black snake finally finished talking with the two people. He walked over to Yun Nuashing and the others and said, "Oh, right. I remember that you two still have something to do with the test. I almost forgot about it." Yun Nuashing and Ji Xueyan nodded. If they were not afraid of scaring the others, they would have already arrived at the cloud-dispelling platform a few hours ago. The little black snake seemed to know what the two were thinking. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then follow me. You two are probably the first new students to arrive at the cloud-dispelling platform." The people around them were shocked by his words. They looked at Yun Nuashing and the other person with strange expressions. New students? Didn't the test to delay the enrollment start today? Did we not know that the time was changed? That can't be right. I saw Elder Qingshan heading to Ascending Cloud City this morning. It should be today. I was planning to walk around the boundless mountain range and come back half a month later to watch the fun. These two kids have that kind of speed. That's impossible. That's impossible. The red-haired elder was stunned at first. However, he seemed to understand something when he glanced at Ji Xueyan. He calmly accepted the result and said, It's these two kids. I saw that they were halfway there. They arrived at the cloud-dispelling platform earlier than expected. It seems like I have to inform Qingshan." The little black snake seemed to have a lot of authority in the academy. Even if some people were suspicious, they did not rush up to Yun Nuashing and the other person. Even if they wanted to, they did not have the chance to do so. The little black snake nodded and dragged the two people away. The people on the cloud-dispelling platform looked at each other. They felt like something was missing. Usually, something would have happened at this time. However, these two freaks had arrived too quickly and caught everyone off guard. The boundless mountain range has been unsealed. However, there might be hidden dangers beyond our knowledge. Don't go too deep into it for now. The red-haired elder looked at the students on the cloud-dispelling platform and shouted, "That's enough. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Do whatever you need to do. If you have nothing better to do, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." The group of students trembled as they hurriedly retracted their gazes. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled as they directly rushed into the endless mountains, not daring to stay here for even a second. If they really met each other's eyes and got caught, they would be done for. After the little black snake left the cloud-dispelling platform, he turned back into a small snake and coiled around Yun Nuashing's left hand. He continued to drag the two people forward. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said, "That's right. Does this count as successfully entering the academy?" "Of course. Once you obtain the medallion and arrive at the Cloud Dispelling platform, you are considered a member of the Cloud Dispelling Academy. In the future, you will rely on the medallion to move around the academy. The medallion is divided into two parts. The medallion in your hand is the mother. The other medallion will be placed in an important place in the academy. It will leave a record, such as what cultivation level you have reached or what you have done recently. Apart from that, nothing else will be recorded." The little black snake straightened up and looked at Yun Nuashing. He said jokingly, "Your record is a little troublesome. However, I'll go take care of it later." Yun Nuashing sweated. If the medallion in the mother medallion suddenly showed a cultivation level at the pinnacle of origin, it would probably alarm the higher-ups of the academy. Something big would happen. You should already know about the Cloud Dispelling Medallion, so there's no need to mention it. Is there anywhere in particular that you want to go? Yun Nuashing nodded. The Star Pacing Pavilion. There's something I care about. The little black snake was stunned. There's something in the Star Pacing Pavilion that even you care about? Well, to me, it's something that's useless to you and everyone in the Cloud Continent. Not only is it useless, it's also an extremely dangerous ticking time bomb. If we go back hundreds of millions of years, there have been major incidents related to this bomb. Furthermore, this thing is placed in the Star Pacing Pavilion. If we don't pay attention and something happens, the Cloud Dispelling Academy will be reduced to ruins before the energy underground explodes," Yun Nuashing said nonchalantly. "Please don't tell me the details. You can deal with it yourselves. Don't tell me." The little black snake's scales faded. "However, the Star Pacing Pavilion is not under my control, so I can't provide you with any convenience. If you want to take a look at the seal, you can tell me." The little black snake turned around to look at him. In the past, Buyun Academy has also invited outsiders to look at the seal. It's not something that can't be said. However, the first thing we need to confirm is that the person who comes must know about this. Your words shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry about that for the time being. I've seen the seal. Although I only saw it from afar, the situation is still good, so there's no need to worry about it. I have to get the things in the Boxing Pavilion first, Yun Nuashing said. All right, I'll take you guys to deal with some related matters first. Yun Nuashing was being led around in the sky. He suddenly remembered that back at Long Light Academy. It seemed like every time he entered the academy, he had to deal with a lot of things. Reporting, tests, finding a place to live, testing, what. In short, there were a lot of things to deal with. The thing that stood between him and the origin relic in the Boxing Pavilion was a lot of troublesome registration matters. Logically speaking, he was only here for the candlestick. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Just as he was grumbling in his heart, the little black snake dragged the two of them to the front of a spacious, tall, and quaint building that resembled the frame of a temple. At this moment, there were countless students coming and going outside this great hall. The noise was like a heavy demonic sound crashing into one's eardrums, causing Yun Nuashing to feel dizzy. If he observed and listened carefully, the topics he heard seemed to be related to missions, magical beasts, bounties, and so on. Moreover, the students coming and going here were more or less filled with fighting spirit. Some of the people who seemed to have returned from outside were still stained with fresh blood. There are still many people in the battle pavilion as usual. Well, after all, it's the main source of the cloud boarding tokens. That group of children love to come here the most. The little black snake turned into his human form with a bang. He turned around and grinned at Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. He shook his head and walked inside. Come. I'll bring you guys to deal with your matters first. There were many people, but it was not to the point that they were crowded shoulder to shoulder and had oil all over their heads. Moreover, after the little black snake turned into his human form, a group of students hurriedly retreated when they saw him. They looked at the former with respect and fear. At the same time, they also looked at the two little girls who were brought away by him. The discussions inevitably floated out again. The northern part of the battle pavilion is a trading area. It's not very formal, but it's just convenient. Most of the stalls are set up by the students. The elders will also sit here occasionally. After all, sometimes the students who often go outside may get something that the elders need. However, under normal circumstances, there won't be anything particularly good, let alone you, cough, cough. The east side is the place where a group of mission maniacs reside. Ah, speaking of which, there's a fun place in the northwest side of the academy. You guys can go there and play when you're free. You can also get a lot of cloud boarding tokens there. It's the exclusive place for battle maniacs. As for now, follow me. The little black snake turned around and led the way. The three of them went around the crowd and turned a corner under the surprised gazes of the surrounding people. The passageway in front of them suddenly became much more pleasing to the eye. There were not many people, and it was spacious and empty. When they turned around and looked behind them, there was a group of people and it was crowded. When they turned around and looked again, it was spacious and there was no one. It was as if they were in a different world. The little black snake led the two of them into the passageway. He found a room and pushed the door open. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lao Xiong, come out and do something." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing heard the sound of another heavy object falling to the ground, accompanied by the sound effect of paper flying all over the sky. The white light in front of them was like snowflakes falling down. Both he and the little girl were dumbfounded. This was a rather spacious and quiet room. It seemed that there was a talisman array to block out the noisy sound effect. The bustling noise outside the passageway almost did not come in at all. At this moment, in this spacious room, a brawny man with brown hair and a beard wearing tight black clothes was sitting on the ground and scratching his head blankly. It seemed that he had rolled down from the sofa and knocked over all the papers piled up on the table. He woke up slightly when he heard the footsteps. When he turned around, he saw the shiny black hair with a metallic luster in his eyes. The blue veins on his forehead instantly exploded. "You stinky snake. How many times have I told you not to yell and scream in my room? Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you hibernating? Why did you run out? Because of the Earth's activity." The brawny man, who was as strong as a bear, complained to the little black snake. He waved his hand and collected all the yellow papers flying in the air. "Hey, there was a little accident. I won't be hibernating this year. And this damned weather. It's almost halfway through the twilight season, and it's still so hot. I don't have the heart to hibernate." The little black snake swung his arms and sat on the sofa in front of the brawny man. He turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing and grinned. "Come and sit." "Oh, it's almost halfway through the twilight season." The brawny man was a little surprised when he heard that. He nodded. "That's a little strange. In the past, we should be able to see the scene of everything losing their vitality at this time. It's a little strange this year, but since I've been sleeping all this time, I don't know what's going on." "Why? Are you hibernating too?" "Why can't I hibernate?" Yun Nuashing and Ji Shuiyan were speechless. The brawny man's true form seemed to be a bear. It was hard to tell what kind of bear it was. He was an Empyrean god of origin, similar to the little black snake. If that was the case, the brawny man should be an ancient guardian of the Buyun Academy. Speaking of which, there were two Empyrean gods of origin. Although one was a snake and the other was a bear, they still had to hibernate. The mighty Empyrean god of origin actually lost to the habits of living things. This was simply, well, he often slept lazily on the clouds. He had no right to criticize others. "Let's get down to business. You didn't come here just to disturb my afternoon nap." The brawny man yawned. He tidied up the messy table that was full of books and scrolls. He looked across the small mountain at Yun Nuashing and Ji Shuiyan. "Two new students? You brought them here for examination? New students are indeed new students. However, they're not ordinary new students. I brought them here as a formality. The little black snake squinted his eyes and laughed. He then turned to look at Yin Nuashing and pointed at the brawny man. This guy is Xionggang. As you can probably tell, his true form is that of a stupid bear. He is the person in charge of the Experience Battle Pavilion. If you want to accept missions and earn cloud boarding tokens, you have to first rank your tokens here. This includes the place in the northwest. Although it looks very troublesome, that is all. Safety measures. I understand. Yun Nuashing shrugged nonchalantly. After all, it wasn't like she was going to do such a thing. The stupid bear called Xionggang was about to flip out because of this name. His huge eyes suddenly glanced at Yun Nuashing. He couldn't help but shrink back slightly. He glared at the little black snake. What the hell? Someone of this level came to our Buyun Academy to be a new student? You brought a helper in, right? Hey, he's not a helper. He has something to do. He didn't really come to the academy to study. Once he's done, he'll leave. That's why I said he was just going through the motions. The little black snake curled his lips and waved his hand. All right, let's not talk about this. I'll tell you the details later. For now, you just have to settle this matter first. Even if you let me settle this matter. Xionggang glared at Yun Nuashing, then lowered his head to look at the table. He then looked at the table next to him. His thoughts seemed to have short-circuited. He couldn't react for a while. What should I do for him? Even the stupid dragon won't be able to settle this. Why don't I just ask the dean to do it? Yun Nuashing quickly shook her head. Just do it as usual. I'll just go through the motions as usual. Anyway, it's just a rank or something. It's not like I have to do anything big. Xionggang stared at her in a daze. After a long silence, he stood up from the ground. All right, come with me. With an extremely strange expression, Xionggang walked towards a door at the end of the room. Yun Nuashing didn't hesitate. She yawned and followed him. The two disappeared through the door together. With a muffled sound, the door was tightly shut. The room even flashed with energy light. It seemed that all the defensive talisman arrays had lit up. Ji Shuiyan couldn't sit still after a while. She tugged at the little black snake's sleeve and shook it. What's this test for? Hitting wooden stakes. Of course, it's a special wooden stake. It tests one's attacking power, then one's being hit by the wooden stake, then one's defensive power, and so on. After a rough overall evaluation, one can go to the east of the Experience Battle Pavilion to accept missions. One can also obtain the qualification to go to the northwest. Just as you said, it's a safety measure. It's to prevent some students who think they're very powerful from accepting missions beyond their ability to handle and getting killed. Such things have happened until now, and then, bang! Before the little black snake finished speaking, the entire room suddenly shook violently. The energy light that lit up the room dimmed violently. The little black snake was speechless. Then you didn't use your full strength, did you? The main defensive talisman array of the Experience Battle Pavilion almost broke. I'm not that reckless. If I used my full strength, would Buyun Academy still exist? The little black snake and Ji Shuiyan were both stunned. They turned around and saw the door that had been closed for less than a minute slowly open. There were still surging energy waves coming from inside, causing the defensive talisman arrays in the room to brighten even more. It was obvious that the room had been hit by an energy wave. A brawny man with long brown hair slowly walked out of the room, his face covered in dust. When he saw the little black snake and Ji Shuiyan's dumbfounded expressions, he slowly blew out a smoke ring. Burp. The little black snake. The brawny man knew what the little black snake wanted to ask, so he directly said, he destroyed all the wooden dummies in one move, including the defensive dummies. Yun Nuashing calmly sat beside Ji Shuiyan. He glanced at the little girl and said, So I'm the only one who needs to do the test? The little black snake was quickly adjusting his facial expression. He glanced at the little girl and said, "Oh, right. There's one more. Old Xiong, help this little girl deal with it." Ji Shuyan giggled and jumped down from the sofa. She skipped and ran to the door. Xionggang saw this and quickly followed. He brought the little girl into the room and closed the door with a bang. Yun Nuoxing walked to the window and looked around. Just when he thought that the little girl would take some time to do the test, the tightly shut door slowly opened with a slight creak in less than 5 minutes. Ji Shuyan giggled and jumped out. She found Yun Nuoxing's position and hung herself on his body. "Oh, I'm done too." Xionggang came out again. Although he was not in a sorry state and there were no ripples looking at his conflicted expression, he seemed to have suffered some other impact. He looked at the curious little black snake and dragged him to the side. "What's up with these two?" One of them suppressed his strength and sent all the wooden dummies in the test room flying with a punch. "Let's not talk about him first. That little girl is only a beginner god. How can she be so ridiculous? She copied him and sent all the wooden dummies flying. Do you know how hard it was for me to rebuild those wooden dummies? In the past, a dummy could withstand tens of thousands of beatings. She destroyed more than 10 dummies in such a short time. Don't ask me. I don't know." The little black snake shook his head vigorously. He only knew about Yun Nuoxing, but he really didn't know about Ji Shuyan's background. Therefore, when he learned that this little girl was also very special, he was a little confused. But no matter how confused he was, as long as he connected her to Yun Nuoxing, he didn't feel that there was any problem. The results were already registered in the room, so there was no need to bother with anything else. As for the results, Yun Nuoxing didn't think it was a big deal even if he didn't see it. He didn't care about it for now and hurried to the eastern part of the Battle Experience Pavilion to take a look. "Then I'll leave first. I'll explain everything to you later. Oh, right, call Stupid Dragon and Stupid Bird. Let's have a gathering tonight." The little black snake slipped away with the two of them like the wind, leaving Xionggang sitting there with a doubtful look on his face and scratching his head.